So even today when I spoke to a few principals to come for a principal panel, what we did at T-Hub, they were like, sir, what do we do in a blockchain panel discussion? So that's when we realized that blockchain is being related to crypto and Bitcoin. And that is where we got shocked. So we were like, what's happening here? Because blockchain is technology. So I started giving a very simple example to people. That, sir, you had 2G in mobile, right? I'm not sure how many of you were in the 2G phase. Then we came to 3G. And last couple of weeks, Modi ji launched 5G. Correct? So now the logic is that it has to go forward. The same way, if you're seeing in my engineering time, I did C++. But today that has become the base. So that's become like zero for any developer to go forward. And I checked up with a few students and they told me they were still learning C++ in the first year of engineering, right? So we all have to evolve. We all have to go forward. We all need to ensure that we are going with the time. So what we are trying to do here is taking a few students, a few colleges, giving them that orientation to understand that tomorrow it is going to be blockchain. So for you guys are lucky because you guys are early starters compared to the other 1.5 million students who pass out from engineering from India every year. So in India, we have 1.5 million students passing out in engineering, 15 lakh students. And I'm assuring you, we have spoken with a lot of colleges, lot of schools. 5% are actually aware of blockchain and they might put something in blockchain for the students. And this would be something which is going to be in the future. So you are getting an advantage being here. So trust me guys. I mean, me and Abhishek and the other management, we speak every day. If we would have got this kind of an opportunity when we were in engineering, we would have guaranteed built something very, very huge in blockchain space. So you guys are actually getting it. Guys, one more thing what I've noticed, right? I understand engineering is more of the flow. We also did it. We used to come, study the books, try to do subjects and go away. What you're doing here is super specialization. Remember, a GP, a regular doctor, unfortunately gets about 40-50,000. A specialist gets paid how much? Any idea? Raise your hands, let me see. Guess, guys. Nobody has an idea, right? A super specialist starts at about 2.5 lakhs a month. The only difference is 18 months of a super specialization, what he does. That's exactly what you guys are doing here, guys. I don't know if you're getting it or not. I want you to go home, sit in the evening and think, what are they trying to teach? Why are they pushing blockchain? Guys, we are a tiny morsel in the blockchain universe. But this is super specialization. What Silvastra is trying to teach, by the way, I've told him, I would need some time to learn personally from him, just for the fun of it. So what you're trying to do is, you are trying to become a super specialist. If you learn coding, if you're able to develop tomorrow, I'm assuring you, you will go in and you will be far more ahead from your batch by getting recruited directly from somebody somewhere in the world. And whatever Abhishek says, he has a history of proven track record. So be assured, whatever we are trying to do here is for your good. And we'll be happy meeting with you guys somewhere, sometime in life. So it happened right in this hall. August 4th this year was the kickoff for IBC. So there were Tech Mahindra employees who were also invited here. And then 2 kids came to us and they were like, sir, do you remember us? So we were like, I'm sorry, we didn't. So they were a part of our IBC 2018 conference. They had won the hackathon, one of the tracks there. And they're like, sir, we were one of the winners in your IBC 2018 hack. And now we are leads with Tech Mahindra Tech side. It was amazing. Trust me guys, I can actually give out the name of the numbers to you. If you guys are not going to spam them, that is. So we actually said we would need your videos to come through. Because trust me, they came, they participated, they left. We as a company, we haven't gained much. We don't intend to. What we are doing all this for is creating a larger ecosystem because India has that quantum of people who can come out. Girls, one more very important point. In India, The percentage of women working is how much? I don't think you will know. That's 6%. Any country in the world where you have lot more percentage of girls working are superpowers today. America, they have more than 50% women working. China, you'll be amazed. China is a very, very close country, is our mindset. We have more than 40 people, women working in China. So, especially girls here, ensure that you are picking this up, because if you're able to develop, you might actually be sitting at home and working with great monies coming in for the families. And that's the intent of everybody being here, right? So let's just summarize this one time. We want you to focus on what you're doing. If you have any doubts, please don't think twice. You have a lot of us around here. Just raise your hand, we'll come quietly, we'll make a note of it, we will sit back with you. But please ensure that you're not missing it, guys. We have also done it in our past. We have missed something and then we forgot the whole loop. Please don't do that, because this is not going to come back. We might not have anything in the near future in Hyderabad again, that we might again push people to come and sit and learn. So if you have doubts, please make a note of it, but please try to learn, because nobody will do so much pushing just for you guys to come and learn. Because this is an initiative what we wanted to run. We started it, and because we started it, whatever we do, we want to do it in a good way, so that there are proper results, quantums and metrics. And that's what we're doing here. That's why we are also here on Saturday morning, right? We will be here tomorrow again. So guys, I just close this, that you are getting a chance to super specialize while you are in graduation, which is not common. Please ensure that if you're missing anything, come back and ask doubts. Silva sir is very patient. He waits after 6:30 every day. I'm assuring you, even if you have 50 guys, yeah, I mean, please a round of applause for him, guys. Come on. And he's way more energetic than all of us combined here. That's kudos to his health. So I will wait again if it's needed today. Please clarify so that you're not missing the loop. Because if you miss the loop, you'll not come tomorrow. Because you will stop following there. So we will wait if it's needed to. Please don't worry. If we need to call up colleges, take permissions, we will do it for you. And ensure that whatever we are doing, you're not missing the loop till Monday. And after that, we are going to be creating groups on Discord for you guys to be in a continuous loop. And today we are trying, from today onwards, to get 30 mentors, Web3 developers, to team up you guys so that you'll have a real Web3 developer to hold your hand and to develop the product, your idea or any other idea. So there are a lot of ideas around. So if the idea is good for your team, Team 14, then you'll actually have a senior developer work with you, develop it with your hands on. That generally happens after you're hired. You go to a company, you are put to 3 months of training, and then you get that chance, guys. We are doing it in 8 days here. So trust me, what you're trying to pull off is very difficult. We were told it was very difficult, but we have gone through the cycles of engineering. We know that the most flexible category of education is engineering. Trust me. So when we sit and then we say, will this happen? We're like, dude, we're engineers, right? We learn how to do it. Don't stress. Let's just start with it. And we eventually create systems how we can execute the task. So at a basic level, guys, thank you very much for all the effort being here. I'm hoping to see everybody here on a Sunday, please. We will be here. Assuring you, we will be here. I want to see everybody here. Last day, right? So Monday is the last day. T-Hub 29th is just a party. It is just gathering together, great food, great people. You are getting a lot of dev relations people there who will explain to you how to get in a dev community. Because that is where eventually, after all of this, a community is where you will get work. Community is where you go join. You understand what are the new projects, what is happening in the blockchain world. And if you are creating your awareness there, that is where people will touch base with you to give you a job. And I'm actually telling you guys, you can actually get a job before you finish your education. This is rare. When we did engineering, we never imagined that. We never imagined it, right? Getting a technical job. I mean, we used to hope that after engineering, somebody picks us up. So we are in a great time. Please ensure that you guys pick up the maximum advantage out of this. Any doubts, any questions, we're always here. I'm not sure how much time I'm supposed to speak for. Are we good? Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I did not know that he had to come, so I'm going to have some. All right, so we'll begin. I think that's about it, and we'll begin with Selvas's guides, hand-holding, and first of all, we'll start with the rest session, and then obviously go to the next steps. All right, sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Deepak. Okay, guys, so let us start off. Now, for development, either we use an IDE, but to start with the first basic program, what we will do is we will do it on the command prompt itself. Okay. Now, I'm a hardened Unix user for over 30 years, so I like command prompt more than anything else. Okay. So, what you need to do is, first off, let's check if the Rust is properly installed or not. And in order to do that, just open up the command prompt window or PowerShell window. Anything will do. So I'm in the command prompt. Oh, projection, please. As long as you're able to read the code. Okay. So to test whether the Rust is installed properly or not, first of all, so just type in rust c -version, and it should show you the Rust compiler version. Rust C is the Rust compiler. Do it, do it. You're going to do it along with me, okay? This is a hands-on demo session. You have to do it along with me. If you're just watching it, you might as well watch a YouTube video and do nothing, okay? This is a hands-on session, guys. If your Rust installation is okay, then you should see the Rust compiler version. This one is the latest, 1.64.0.
65. 65, sir.
I think you can just take this one. No, I mean, they're not able to read the projection. Is it readable or not? Is it readable? If you have any difficulty reading, please do let me know. Okay, anyone having issue with this? With this command, rust C? So what is the version you're getting? 1.65, that's good. So yours is latest. Anyway, and there's also a package manager, okay, that comes along with the Rust Up tool that you have installed and run, okay, that goes by the name of Cargo. So you can check whether that is properly installed or not. Simply give Cargo -- version. Oh, I think I messed up the settings. Okay. Cargo -- version. You should see the version of Cargo installed, and most of the times both these versions will be compatible. I mean, okay, you got the output? Fine. Now, as time goes by, my pace will increase a little bit. So if you're left out in between, you can interrupt me, okay? So this is how we're going to do that. So I see there are some smart solutions here. People have clicked the picture and then they're utilizing it. That's also okay with me as long as you're able to do that. But parallelly, please do it, okay? Not that you just click pictures and then later you'll say that, okay, I will do that later, don't do that. Okay, so now whenever you start programming in any particular language, we need to create projects, and then inside of the project we put our code, right? And you should always ensure that you create your projects in separate folders or directories. So I'm going to create a new directory. I'll call this as Rust practice. Sorry, it's not ND, it should be MD. Okay. Make directory command, MD Rust practice. So I've created that. Now I'm going to go into that folder using the CD command, change directory. So right now this folder, does it have any content in it? No. The reason being, you can see, if I give the dir command for directory listing, doesn't have anything. Okay. So the first hello world program in Rust will look something like this. So we are going to create that. Now remember, any Rust project contains a large number of files. Okay? You can call these files by any name. The extension is .rs or rst. Okay? We use the extension rst for the Rust source files. Now, out of all these files, one file has to be named main.rst, which is the main entry point. Okay? All other files get included during the execution compile stage and then during the execution, okay? So we are going to create a new main.rs file or main.rs, so let's create that. I'm going to use Notepad, okay? Notepad, main.rs.
Selva sir, sorry to interrupt. So guys, if anyone is facing any issue, you can just raise your hand, okay? We'll
Yeah,
come up
and
with-
our mentors will come and help you.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Yes. Yeah, we can use Visual Studio Code. I'm just showing you, if you don't have anything installed also, I can still work with this. That's the whole point. Okay, so my file is main.rs and I'll just call, we create a function using the fn keyword, give it a name, and that is main. This is just like the main function in C and C++ or in Java as well. Are you listening? Okay. And a function name should end with parenthesis, and inside the curly braces is where you put your code. So I just want to display hello world, that's it, nothing more than that. Yes? Okay, so if you want to use Visual Studio, okay, you can simply issue this command, code, and then followed by dot. Dot means the current directory. So it will automatically open up your Rust practice folder. You see there? Okay, so I'm going to close Visual Studio Code for now and go back to the notepad. Now I have a println. You would have seen println in Java, right? If you have done any Java. Here we use an exclamation symbol after the println, okay? And then just give it a string hello world or welcome to Rust programming. Now, Rust also uses semicolons as the end of statement indicators, okay? Just like C and C++. That's it. Println followed by an exclamation symbol. Now, when you see an exclamation symbol, it tells you that actually println, even though it looks like a function, it's what we call in Rust as a macro. Okay? It's a macro, it's not a pure function as such. However, our main is a function. Now, the main function needs to sit in a main.rs file. That's the convention. I hope this is clear. Any doubts? Okay. So I just save this and I'll come back to my command prompt. Now if you see the directory here using the dir command, so let me just clear the screen. Yeah, I can do that. I asked actually. So let me just increase the font size. I guess some of you are having issue with that. But yeah, it will get too wieldy though. I mean, I'll reduce it a bit.
Sir, we have a question. Yeah, please keep.
Okay. Is this better? Is this better? Okay. So those of you who are in the last row for this session, you can come to the front row and sit if you want to do so, if you are finding it difficult to read, okay? Anyway, so let's go ahead. So now if I look at the directory listing, you see there, main.rs is there. And I can check the contents of main.rs from the command prompt itself, there's a command called type. So I can give the command type main.rs, and if I hit enter, I can see this code. Cool. Now these are all DOS-based commands which have been basically inherited into Windows as well. So once you write a program, what is the next step? You need to compile and build it, right? So to do that, we use the RustC compiler. RustC followed by our file name. Now if you don't see anything on the screen as an output, it means that everything is okay, right? So when you are compiling your code using the RustC, okay, so you need to basically pray that you don't get any lines of output. You should see the prompt again. If there's any error, you'll see a whole lot of bunch of them coming up. So RustC followed by the file name compiles and builds the file. Now if I look at the directory listing, see here, you should see a main.pdb and then main.exe. You see it has created the executable file. Okay? And now all I need to do is run it. And to run it, I'll simply say main and then hit enter, or you can type main.exe and hit enter. That's it. You're welcome to Rust programming. Yes? Yeah. It's println and then exclamation. Actually, which one is better to read? White background and black text, or black background and white text? White background and black text, right? Okay. Black background, fine. See if you have made a mistake in typing it, if there's any typo. You're written as it is. What is the error you're getting? Yeah, so one of the, I would request one of the mentors to come and check this out. Can you just raise your hand so that they can come to you? Yeah.
Guys, if you have, I get it that a lot of us have questions. Let's put it on Discord, okay? In the Ask Your Question category, put your question on Discord. Just scroll and see that the questions don't replicate, right? And whichever questions are those, we will address it here. Okay? So just go on Discord and put it over there. And students who are able to do things and the person next to them is not able to do it, I don't need to tell you that we have to be supportive. So let's help out. this ask your question category in Discord. Make sure you put your question there as well. We'll address it all together. Many of us have the same question.
Anyone getting linked or not found? Link.exe? It means that you have to use Visual C++ redistributed package on Windows. Okay? Visual C++ 2019. If you are getting link.exe not found error, okay? Google for Visual C++ 2019 redistributable package. Visual C++ redistributable package. Visual C++ 2019. That's a dependency. If you're on Linux, you don't have to do that. Because C++ along with binaries are all installed over there. So once you install that and again compile it, you will not have any error. No, this is a new one. The name is same, the content is totally different. So existing one you delete it. Like what? Can you? Visual C++ 2019 redistributed. Visual C++ 2019 redistributed. You get a link from Microsoft. Latest versions. Click on this. How many of you got it running? use your phone also. No, this is what you've already done. You don't need to install it. So have you installed that? Once it does it, yeah, did you run it? Once you install it, go to the command prompt and just give us C. Yeah. Yeah, where are you creating it? You should always do it in your user directory. Yeah, not elsewhere. When you open up the command prompt window, what do you see in the prompt? C:\users/ yeah, you should, yeah. Win32 systems, Windows/system, is it? You are inside Windows folder, right? You're not supposed to fiddle around. Bring it here. Did you run it as an administrator? So at least she should answer the questions, right? Go to the x64. X64. Once it is downloaded, just click on that. Once that is done, then the rest of it. You already have downloaded it. Rest in it exe. Then that again. Rest of it. You have not created the folder, how could you go inside the folder? So if you are in the desktop, why do you not create it? Who asked you to create it in the desktop? Create the folder here. Guys, don't have the habit of creating folders in the desktop and then doing it, okay? That's the worst practice you could possibly do. So open up the command prompt, then create the folder there for the rest practice, then go inside that folder and put all your code there, okay? Okay, many of you are finding difficulty with the Visual C++ redistributions. Let me just show it on screen, okay? I think a majority of the problem is coming from there. Guys, please look at the screen. rust-lang.org. On this page, you have a link for installation at the top here. Okay. If I click on install, oh, there's no internet. The situation is no better with my mobile hotspot either. No signal. Okay, so when you go to the install page, okay, guys, please listen up and look at the screen. You'll find a link for the Visual Studio C++ build tools. If you click on that, it will take you to the Visual C++ build tools. Click the download build tools, and it should start downloading. So I'll just cancel it, I already have it with me. Okay. So from the Rust-lang install page also you can go directly. Or the other way around is, you can just Google out for Visual C++ redistributable, 2019 redistributable. You need 2019 at least. Okay, and then click on this, the first link from Microsoft, latest supported Visual C++ redistributable downloads. Click on that. And here you see the architecture, select x64, click on this link. Against x64, it will download your Visual C++ redistributable package. Run that package and then do the Rust installation. Once you're done with that, link related issues will go off. Okay? I'll give you 10 minutes to finish all this.
many of us are basically have reached at the spot where Selva sir is left? All right. Now you will get up from your seats and help other students. Does that work? Can you do that? Yeah, because that's what we'll do, right? That's how we'll help each other. Okay? Now get up and help other students who are facing issues. Okay? Without creating commotion, guys, right? Let's make it fun, but let's not make it too much fun. Yeah, just check around, ask around if people are facing any issue, help them out. It's okay, just say hi. If you have any issue, let me know. Something like that.
Excuse me? Do you need any help?
How many people who are facing issues and their issues are solved? Raise your hand. You are facing issues, but the mentors help you or Selva sir help you. Yeah? Okay, good.
हम फेसबुक में बैठे
Guys, no leaving your seats for chit chat. Just for the help. I don't want to come there and just find you out doing something else.
Guys, how many of you have copied the virtual machine that I gave you today? Still the number is very low. Finish up fast because there you will find everything. And another thing. Guys, listen up! So the new virtual machine that's being given to you today is Fedora based, and before you do that, please remove the existing Polka.dev virtual machine that you already have in VirtualBox, and then import this one. Again, remember the password is still the same. Welcome @123 with W capital. Welcome at W capital @123 is the same password. This one is Fedora based. And if you've already done it, extracted it, added it, you can start working with that itself.
Guys, use Discord. You are facing problems, make sure you use Discord. Put your questions there.
So if you are facing any issues with running Rust in Windows and you have already started the new virtual machine, then you don't need to worry about the Windows stuff, because rest of the work you are all going to do in the Linux environment from here, okay? Okay, let me also show you how you can remove the previous, virtual machine that you already have. If you have copied the newer one, okay. Can I have the projection, please? Thank you. So when you open up virtual machine and you want to remove something, guys, please listen, please look at the screen. To remove the older one, okay, just select this, right click, and then you will see remove. When you click on remove, you will see delete all files. You delete that also. Otherwise, what will happen is, if you remove only, all the 5 gigs of disk space is still there, utilized. Okay. So delete that file. We don't need it anymore. Okay. Then copy the zip file from the pen drive, then extract it, and then do the same process as you did previously. Okay. Also, as you can see here, I'll just cancel it. I don't want to do that because that has got all the Ethereum development tool chain. Okay. So as you can see here, the icon is also different in this case. There's an F in it, right? It's the Fedora distribution. How many of you have added this new virtual machine? How many of you have added this new virtual machine? Why the number is still so low? Okay, how many of you have copied the new virtual machine from the pen drive? How many of you have copied the virtual machine from the pen drive? Can you please raise your hands? Okay. So extract this zip file on your hard disk, and then you use that. Okay. So in case if you have already extracted and you've added the new virtual machine, you can start using that, and you don't need to struggle for the Windows case. Okay. Because everything is set up in the virtual machine, so you will not have any issue. So, who is copying the virtual machine right now? Who is copying the virtual? 1, 2. That's all. Only 2 people. There are 6 pen drives in this room. How many of you are copying it right now? I only see 2 hands, 3. What about the rest? I'm supposed to see 6 hands. This is the reason why the delay is happening. How many of you are having the pen drive with you? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still the number is not 6. Where's the 6th one? Okay.
in your questions on Discord as well. We have experts online. And there were more pendrive, right? Anybody else has pendrive over here? 3, 4, 5. Anyone else? Who? So over here you have the pendrive. And then who had the pendrive? Who else? Which? You have the second pendrive. Have you guys installed? No. It's there. You guys have installed.
Okay, guys, we can do one thing. Okay, so we can use the Rust playground to have a sandbox environment wherein you can do the programming directly, and later on we can fix the installation issues. Okay, so go to this site play.rust-lang.org. That's play.rust-lang.org. You'll get a sandboxed online environment where we can start, playing around with Rust. Are you able to go to this site? Are you on this side now? As you can see here, there is this environment which already contains the compiler and build tools and everything together. And I know you are not able to see it, so I'll just increase it. Is this size okay? Guys, please respond. The last row, are you able to see this? Is this okay? Remember, Rust is a case sensitive language, okay? Right, so you have the hello world program in here already. And to run this, just click on this run button. At the bottom you should see the output. See, here is the output hello world coming up. Okay. Anyone having issue here? Hopefully not. Timeout. Yeah, that's a, if you're getting timeout, it's a connection issue. So you can just click on run one all over again and check this out. So shall we proceed further? Now if you go to the Rust, okay, you can go to the rust-lang.org and here itself you get this playground here. You can get it here. And there's a link for learn, okay. This is, when you click on this, it takes you to the documentation site. Getting started with Rust. And if you see here, read the book. Right? This takes you to this page. So this is doc.rust-lang.org/book. This is called as the Rust. Normally it's called as the Rust book. Okay? And all the reference for the Rust language and its features, you will find it here. Okay? Guys, I think I am talking here, right? Okay. Now, we'll go with basic common programming concepts, okay, from the Rust book. And you will see variables and mutability. This is a concept that you have to learn very well. Okay? And if you look at the data types, you have scalar types and you have integer types. So inside the scalar type means it's a variable which holds one single value. Okay? And in Rust, when it comes to integers, you have lot many different types of integers. 8-bit integers, 16, 32-bit, 64-bit, and 128-bit. And these have these annotations I8, I16, I32, I64, and so on. And for the unsigned, you use U8, U16, U32. So just like you say, when you create a variable, you write this as int x, right? Here you will write it as I8. Okay, for 8-bit integer. If you want a 16-bit integer, you will write it as I16. And also there is one more integer data called as ARCH, arch. This is architecture dependent. Okay, architecture dependent. That's the length. And so for this we use size and I size and U size, which will depend upon your platform So it could be 32-bit, it could be 64-bit, it could be 128-bit, depending upon what kind of architecture, hardware architecture that you're using. This is dependent upon the hardware. Okay. Now, as far as integer literals are concerned, you can use decimals, hexadecimals, octals, and binary. So you prefix 0x. I'll just increase the font size. If you put a 0x in front of a number, it becomes hexadecimal. 0 and O makes it octal. 0 and B makes it a binary. So you can have, I'm sorry, projection please. Yeah. Now this is something 0x you are familiar from C and C++ as well, right? And for octal numbers, you can use 0O. For binary numbers, you just prefix the string with 0B. Okay? And for a single byte, which happens to be an unsigned 8-bit integer, you use only B, followed by a single character. As far as floating types are concerned, you have F32, okay, which is 32-bit floating point, and you have F64. You can see here. These are the two types. So 32-bit floating points and 64-bit floating points. Apart from that, you have the Boolean type, whose name is bool, just like in C and C++. For character, we use char, okay, and you have compound types. So scalar types contain only one single value at a time, scalar variables. Compound variables can contain multiple values, just like an array, okay. So you have a tuple type, okay, which stores items of different types. And we also have the array type, which holds values of same data type. So tuple is a collection of different types of, values. But an array can only contain one single type of values. So we are going to look at this particular page to understand what the different data types are, how we do it, and so on and so forth. So let me get back to the playground. And in here, now please look at the screen. This is where we are starting to write programs. So when you want to create a variable, you can simply use the keyword let, okay, followed by the variable name, let's say n, and you assign it some value like this. Now, one important thing, actually Rust is a strongly typed language, but here you don't see any data type being mentioned with the variable declaration, right? Again, it's not declaration, it's actually a definition. So what happens is, in this scenario, the compiler has been designed in such a way, it's a very smart compiler. It will see what value you're assigning, and accordingly it will create the variable with the specific data type. Which in this case, since we are giving an integer value, the default data type would be 32-bit integer. It would be a 32-bit integer. And to print it out on screen, we'll again use the print line macro, okay, and in here I can say, okay, value of n is, and then I put a placeholder like this, okay. So a set of curly braces inside that format string is a placeholder, and in here now I can give n, and remember we need to end our statement with a semicolon, just like in C, C++, Java, and most of the languages. Okay, so now I run this. So when you're using playground, again, internet connectivity is essential. You can't do anything about that. You see there, this is the error you got, timeout. So I'm also getting that. So let me run this again and check this out. I think it's going to time out again. Unexpected. Okay, so okay, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead with the demonstrations with the Linux environment itself. You make notes, okay, and then you can replicate it a little later. Please make notes and note it down, okay? what you see here is the Fedora distribution. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, okay, please make notes and please keep circulating the pen drive. Okay, and do not wait. Okay, for extraction. Okay, so first copy the zip file and then pass it on, and then you can do the extraction and keep listening here and make notes. Okay. Okay. Now please look at the screen. Okay. So if you're working with Linux, so first of all, let me again repeat the steps and then we will go ahead. Okay. And guys, I would request to keep silent, not to talk, and please listen. Otherwise, again, you're going to be lost. Okay. You'll be left out. So please do not do that. In case if you have any issues, okay, we have other mentors, so you can just raise your hand, okay, and they will come and help you out. Right. So ls is the command to check for your listing of the directories and files. So are you able to see this? But don't worry about the coloration because whatever is important is in white color. Is that comfortable to read? Okay, so I'm going to create a directory. So you use the command mkdir, and then give the name. So let's call this as rust-practice. Now if I give the ls command, you will see that rust practice has been created. It's actually here. I know it's not actually very comfortable to read though. Okay. So I'm going to go into that directory. So cd rust practice, and in here, if I give the ls command, you see no output because there's nothing in this. Okay. So I'm going to create a file inside of this, right? You can use text editor. Fedora has a text editor built in. You can use that, or we can use the Vim editor. So whatever you want. So, or you can use the Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to use Visual Studio Code now. Okay. So to invoke Visual Studio Code, which is already there installed in this distribution, so say code followed by dot. Dot refers to the current directory. So it will open up that current directory folder and its contents. Okay. Right. So now you see there is nothing in it here. So it is actually in the Rust practice folder. So there's a small icon in here for adding a new file. So when you click on new file, you can add that. So we'll call this as main.rs. Yeah, I will zoom. Is this okay? Okay, so in the main.rs, you create a function by the keyword fn and give it a name, main, and here invoke the println macro, give it hello world, and we save this, and we're done. Okay. So now I'm going to show you this. So since I created this in Visual Studio Code, actually I can compile and run it here, but first I will show you how to do that on the command prompt. So click on Activities. You can see all the windows out there. So you just select the command prompt window. Now if I give the ls command, I can see the main.rs. Now if you want to see the contents of this file on the command prompt, Linux has the command called cat. Okay, cat and then main.rs. You should see the content. See there? Fine? Okay. Now, so to compile it, again, what is the command that we use to compile? Rust C. Rust C followed by main.rs. It's compiled, no errors. So now, if I look at the output there, so I'll just check with the folder again. You see, it has created main.rs, and also there is another file called main. Okay? So I can actually say this, and if I give ls and -l, you see there, main, this file main is actually executable. You can see that it is actually executable, so we can run it. So this is the executable that has been generated. So how to run this? You just say ./main and hit enter. You see the hello world there? It's as simple as that.
Your installation is done. There are
Any
how many
question,
pen drives
please?
here? There is also 3 pen drives.
Sorry?
What's happening here? I'm not understanding.
/ means I want, main is the script I want to run, program I want to run, but it has to be run from the current directory. So dot refers to the current directory. So directory name followed by / and then give the file name.
Take one pen drive and pass it here. Guys, you have to pass in your row, in your
Because
section.
if I don't use that and I
Don't
say
interchange.
main, okay, see, bash main command not find it. So it will think that it's a command. It doesn't know that you're trying to execute the main from the current file. That's the problem. Okay? Right. So, what I'm going to do is now, this is a simple way of doing it. However, what you should practically be doing is using the cargo package manager to create projects and then use that. Okay? Which is what I want to demonstrate right now. So to create a new project, Rust project, the command you use, so you can see, I can check the cargo version, cargo -- version. So whatever commands I'm doing, please make a note of it because you can test it out later also. Okay? So there's cargo 1.65. Okay, so now to create a new project, Rust project, say cargo new, and then give the project name. So let's call this as first project. That's a first underscore project, and hit enter. Now see what happens. Please look at the screen. It says created binary application. And now if I give the ls command, you'll see it has created a directory called first project. Okay? So we need to go inside that directory. And for now I'm going to close down this Visual Studio Code. Okay. So I will go inside the directory. So what is the command? To change the directory, cd, change directory, and then go to first project. Now, if you give the ls command in here, you see, there is a folder called src and then cargo.toml. Okay? So, you can actually see the structure also of this folder. Okay. Okay, the tree command. So you'll see that with tree command, you can see the tree of the folders and files. So you have this cargo terminal, and also you have the folder SRC. Inside SRC is our main.rs. It has already created boilerplate code for you. Okay? Boilerplate code means some code that is generated by your tool as a default. That's what we call it as boilerplate code. Okay? So now I will open this up in Visual Studio Code. So I'll say code and then dot. Dot means current directory. That will be opened up in the Visual Studio Code. And there you go. You can see this is in the first project directory. And I'll just close this. There is this git ignore file. Okay, we'll talk about that later. This has to do with the git. And here is your cargo.toml. Toml stands for Tom's Obvious Markup Language. It's again a file format. Okay, wherein you give all the metadata regarding your project. So you see, it has got some sections. Will you please look at the screen, please? I think you're supposed to look at the screen, right? The projection is not on your neighbor's face; it's on the screen here. Okay, so it has got two sections right now that you see here: package, and under every section there's a what we call it as key value pairs. Okay, so a property and a name. So the property is name and the value is first project. So what it's saying is that the name of the project is first project. The version of the project is 0.1.0. You can always change this. Okay, and the edition is 2021. And see more keys and their definition. So there is this link you can follow to see what are the different keys you can give and what type of values it is expecting. Okay, and underneath this you see the dependency section. This is where all the external libraries which you want to utilize, they are registered here. And when you build your project, Cargo will automatically download all the required dependencies for you. Okay. Right, but where is my main.rs? So it's under the SRC directory. So I open up the SRC directory, click on main.rs. You see there's a default hello world, okay, already there. This has been provided by the Cargo tool. You didn't have to type anything. You just create a new project and you get some boilerplate code, and this is what it is. Now the question is, how do I build and run this? So there are two ways. One is you can open up a separate terminal window. You can switch back and forth between Visual Studio Code and terminal and then do that. Otherwise, what you can do, the easy way is simply, there is this terminal option in here. You create a new terminal. So a terminal opens up at the bottom and it will open up in the first project directory itself. It makes our life pretty easy. So first thing, I need to compile. I will not use rustc anymore, okay? Instead, I will use the Cargo to build the project. So I will say Cargo build. Now you need to be, when you want to issue the Cargo build command, okay, you need to be at the root of the project. That means, which is the root of the project? It is the directory which I created for the project, first project, okay? And then give Cargo build, and it has done the compiling and it has finished the dev. It's unoptimized debug info. Don't worry about all these output. You can actually refer to this later. So now what has happened is, you see, automatically there's a new folder or new directory called target created. When you open this target, you'll see some JSON and some tag directory. Don't worry about this. Our interest is in this directory. Okay? So if you open up the debug directory, you'll see dot fingerprint, build, debs, example, increment, and so on. Click on the build. Okay. And in here. First project. Okay, so this is actually, don't click on this because this is actually an executable. Okay, so now, how do I run this? One way is you can give all the, path to that main, and then you can run it. Other than that, the easier way is you can use cargo to run this. So cargo run, you say hello world output command. It's as simple as that. Just say cargo run and it will actually run your project there. Okay. So now I just close this terminal for now. Okay. So we were talking about variables, right? So let's see how the variables look like and how we can utilize them. So now please look at this carefully. So I'll create a new variable. I'll say let, say n is 10. So this is what we did last time, okay? And you see it automatically says that, hey, this is I32, okay? I've got some extensions already installed in this, which you already have access to it, okay? If you're using the virtual machine, okay? So it automatically annotates this. And has got a lot of syntax highlighting and, on the fly compilation and stuff like that. Okay, now I want to print this value, okay? So I'll use print line macro and I'll say, okay, value of n is, and then I put a set of curly braces. Curly braces means placeholder where the values will go, right? And then I give the value n. And I need to put a semicolon there. Now we save this. Okay. So I'm going to open up the terminal again. Oh, it already has one, so. Okay, so now here, so what is the output that you expect? It should display the string value of n is and then followed by 10, right? So think of it like your printf statement in C, where the curly braces are actually your %d kind of a symbol, right? So this is your format string. And so now, what do I need to do? So cargo, should I build or run? First you should build and then you should run. However, the beauty of cargo run is that if you can actually directly start running it. So it sees that if you already have made changes between previous run and the current one, it will do a build process again. So the best way simply is to cut short the time. You can simply run cargo run. It will automatically detect file has changed. So it will do a cargo build and then it will run it. Okay. So let's say cargo run. Let's see. This is the output. Value of n is 10. Cool, right? Now, if I want to create a floating point variable, let's say I want to create a 32-bit floating point variable. So I can say let, okay, f, and I can actually tell that I want 32-bit, okay? So if you want to specify the data type of a variable, you put a colon and then say f32, like this. And then assign it a value, okay, let's say 45. And again use the printer and macro. Value of f is and then give the value of variable f. Save this. Yes. So now it says mismatch types. This is deliberate. Okay. So if you are trying to assign a value, remember this value is I32. Okay, it's an integer value. So if you want to assign a floating point value, you should always have a decimal point. Okay, and then you can give 45.0, something like this. Okay. Right. Save this, and the error is gone. Okay, and one of the beauties, if you want to give some value with a 0 decimal, you can just give 45 point. That's it. No need to type a 0 there. That's a shortcut. Okay, right. And now let's do a cargo run, and you can see you are getting the values. So what if I had some decimal digits, say 45.678, something like that, and I run the project again. See? So you're getting output based on the data type that you're passing in. Of course, there are fine-grained control of the output as well, formatted output. You can do that. Okay, you can read upon it further from the Rust book. There's an entire chapter dedicated in that. Okay. However, in our session, we are going to concentrate mainly on the concepts. So this formatted output you can read, and if you want, I can show you where you can find that info. Okay. So Rust book is going to be your reference material for learning Rust. The Rust book. Okay. Right. Now, what I'm going to show you is this. So I'll just. So far so good. Any questions? Yes. Yeah. It's a separate thing. Don't worry about that. You can just don't touch the cargo terminal for now. Okay. We will see where we can actually use it when we start adding external, dependencies. Okay. So if you want to know more about it, actually the Rust documentation has information about that. Okay. So for now, let's concentrate on only Rust part. Okay, not the terminal thing. Huh? Okay. So let's say I have a variable, okay, a with a value of 10, and I print this value. Now you might be thinking that it's so basic, but remember, this is where things start, to differ from other programming languages. That's what I want to show you. Okay, so that you understand the core of the language. So I just display the value of a. So I just run this and see. I should see 10 there. Okay, a is 10, so the output is fine. Now see. Now see very carefully. Okay, this is where I want you to observe very carefully. I want a variable b which has the same value as a. Right? So what will you do? Just create a variable and assign the value of a. Correct? Am I right? Okay. So let's see. Let b is assigned a, and you can also print the value of b. code. So I'm saying value of A and B is 10. Fine. No problem at all. Okay? Now, things start to change when you start using complex types. Okay? And this is where things go really, different from other programming languages. So let's say I have a variable, let's say I just create a string s1, okay? And so how to create strings is using this string class. I mean, there is no concept of a class, so we call this as a string type. Okay? This is a string type. So we say string dot from and then assign it. Okay? Guys, please look at this very carefully. And I'll use print line to print the string. Print s1. Okay, and I will just run this. And this also I'll enter it as see, string s1 says this is Rust. So string double colon from, and then you give it raw string. Okay. So far so good. I mean, this is something that you would see in just about every programming language, right? You would have seen it in C and C plus Java and stuff like that. Okay. Now, I want the same string in another variable. I want the same string in another variable. Now this is where you have to be careful, okay? So what I do is I create another variable. I'll say, okay, let s2, okay, which also is of string type, okay, then I assign it s1. Okay? And it's an unused variable, so it's just a warning, so don't worry about that. Okay? So these are yellow squiggly lines, which means these are warnings. Right? So such unused variable warnings you can actually suppress. Okay? Don't worry about that. Now something different has happened. If it were a different programming language, there shouldn't be any issue at all. Okay? So let me just see. Println and s2 So you will see that this place, S1 is no longer available. And you would say, what? This is not you would be expecting. This is not what you would be expecting. So all I've done is simply I've just taken S1 and assigned to X2. Okay? I just took S1 and I assigned it to S2. So which would mean when I print S1 and S2, I should see the same string. Am I right? Isn't it? However, you run into a problem, and actually we can see the proper compiler error by simply running this. So it will do a build and then you'll get an error. Could not compile. So what it says, so let me do one thing. I'll go to the terminal, I'll go to the terminal there. From the terminal I'll do the cargo run so that we see the output there clearly. Okay, so let's say yeah, so that we can see all of this. So inside Visual Studio Code it's all cluttered, right? Okay. So what has happened? So if this is unintentional, so we can always use this annotation at the top. So I'll do one thing. So to suppress these warnings, okay, I just copy this and put it at the top of the program. Okay, says, and it looks like this hash, and then in square bracket you say warn unused variables. Okay, so this is, so it will give you warning, so which is what the default is. If you want to suppress this, you can do that. Okay, so to suppress this, there is a separate annotation available which you can actually use. Now this is on by default. Okay, so let's forget about that for now. Now it says error. Where is the error coming from? It's coming from this one. Okay, it says the error is actually here. And now the beauty of Rust compiler is that its error messages are very, very explicit. I give you a lot of information for you to debug. Lot of information for you to debug. Okay. Now I think of all the different programming languages I've seen so far in my career, probably the best error messages during compilation come from Rust compiler. And in my experience, the worst is the Perl compiler. Okay, if you do any programming in Perl, believe me, you have to be a computer scientist itself to understand what the compiler messages are. Okay, they're so cryptic. It takes quite some time to get used to those error messages. Okay, so the messages that Perl compiler generates are actually technically correct. But for a common programmer, it's so difficult to fathom and understand what that actually means. Okay? Rust output is very, very simple. It gives you quite some clues. Okay? So now it says, okay, value borrowed here after move. Now this is what I actually wanted to show you what happens in Rust. Now, I did the same thing with integers, nothing happened. But with strings, something different happens. The way strings are handled, okay, the way strings are handled, internally, remember, guys, please listen up. Okay, so the way things are handled is, actually internally, the string is represented as a collection of bytes. Okay? It's a complex type. You can think of it like an array of bytes. So it's a compound type. How is a compound type handled? Most of the cases, okay, it's actually allocated in a separate space of memory called as heap. So just like every other language, Rust also has two types of memory allocations. One is the stack, the other is the heap. Okay, so what you see as string S1 is really what it is containing is actually it is containing a reference to the actual string. This is Rust, okay, this is the string. It will be created in heap memory and S1 will simply be referring to it. You can think of S1 as kind of a pointer, but remember, we never use the word pointer in Rust at all. Okay, we never use that. Okay, we say it's a reference, something that refers to. And if you want to create an analogy of a reference, it's the analogy from C, C++ would be, it's a sort of a pointer. It's a pointer. So what happens when you take one pointer and assign it to another pointer? Okay, another variable. So what normally goes on is like this. Okay, so usually, let's see. So usually what will happen is like this. So let me check if I have. Okay, so think of it like this. So essentially what is happening that somewhere in memory, okay, what happens is, let me create a text box. Okay, so here is, this is Rust. This is somewhere in memory, okay? And this is inside the heap. This is actually inside the heap, okay? So this is our string. So now what happens is we have created two variables. So you have S1 here and S2 here. Okay? So when you create the value first time, so this pointer is pointing to this, right? I hope you are able to see that. Okay. Right? And then what happens is, when I assign S1, so what is the data inside S1 variable itself? It's some sort of an address, right? Of the actual string in heap memory. Right? Guys, please look at this carefully. This is core to the understanding of how Rust actually works. Okay, so this is what happens. So this is containing the same address of the string. This will happen in, let's say, C++, Java and stuff like that. Okay? So, if you see here, so I'll just insert some text. So if it is say C, C++, I think okay. So let me insert a text box in here. C, C++, Java, this would be the case. Okay? But in Rust, you know what happens? Basically, when you do assignment, okay, so you take S1 and assign it to S2. You know what happens? This is what happens. So, actually, when you do an assignment like this, S2 is assigned S1, something like this, okay? Then, now look at this carefully. What actually happens is, this pointer is actually moved down to S2. Okay? So, which means that S1 is not pointing to anything. So, the pointer S1 gets invalidated. Okay? This is called as borrowing. So Rust, how it handles complex types is like this. So when it says that it's a reference type, okay, and you take that reference type and assign it something, so what will happen is that reference will actually move. And in C++, we call these as move semantics. Okay? That is not part of the code language, but it's part of the standard template library coming from C++. So C++ also has this, but you need to use the standard template library of C++. Otherwise, in code language, it's not built in like that. This is called as move semantics, which means you take a pointer variable, assign it to a different pointer variable, the pointer itself will move. Okay? The pointer will be moved from first variable to the second variable. How we say in Rust is that, okay, when you first create the string, at that time we say, okay, the string is owned by the reference. This is called as ownership. Please listen carefully. This is called as ownership. Okay? So when you take that reference and assign it to another variable, the ownership changes. So it's like handing over the string from one variable to another variable. The previous variable no longer holds this string anymore. Okay? This is called as borrowing. So the ownership changes whenever you use complex types. With primitive types like integer, float, character, bool, this will not happen. This will not happen. But with any reference type like string, tuple, okay, or array types, borrow semantics will come into play. And remember, please make a note of it, I want you to spend some time on reading the ownership and borrowing mechanism of Rust from the Rust book. Because one of the chief errors that come, okay, in a Rust program, with a Rust programmer in the beginning, is coming from this, okay, most of the times. So is this thing clear? Why this error is coming up? So the ownership is there. So this ownership will actually lead to this problem. So there are solutions to circumvent this problem. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Okay. Now Rust is built in such a way that any entity will only have one single owner. So you cannot have two pointers pointing to the same string. You can have only one. So when you assign one string variable to another, the ownership changes hand. And now the string as the reference S1 doesn't refer to anything. Doesn't refer to anything. If it doesn't refer to anything, okay, compiler already knows. And so it can point out that error to you. That's exactly what is going on in here. Okay? So let's come back up here. So this is called as the borrow semantics. So keep that in mind. Be very mindful of this. And it takes a little bit of practice to really understand how this mechanism actually works practically. Okay? Any question, please? Any question? Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do.
Sir,
Yes,
a question.
can she have the microphone, please?
So as you mentioned, like only any entity will be having only one ownership, right? So
Yeah.
why is it like since string is not getting acceptable, then why is integer getting acceptable? Like what's the
See, as far as primitives are concerned, what happens is there are two things. The reason why it doesn't work with primitives is that this ownership transfer, okay, is very expensive because you are playing around with heap memory, which will lead to performance issues. So when you have something allocated statically inside of the stack memory, it's very cheap. Okay, so all these, you see, basically what happens is, inside the main function's stack frame, you will have these created, the variables A, B, S1 and S2 all created. The values are also stored as far as integers is concerned in the stack itself. But when it comes to strings, strings will only hold pointer and the actual string will be held in the memory, that will be created in memory, heap memory. So changing this ownership, and in fact doing anything with heap memory is very expensive. Okay, so you could implement the same thing with the integers and floats also, but then what will happen is you will take a performance hit. So it's a informed decision not to do that with every data type because it's not needed. Okay, so anything, see, one more rule, if the compiler knows the size of the element or entity beforehand during compile time, it can allocate it on stack. With a string, it's a dynamic data type which can grow and shrink. So it cannot allocate it in stack itself because the stack frame size cannot be changed during runtime. Okay, so this is another reason why this is not applicable to strings. So with it, so obviously if you put the stuff in stack frame, the compiler needs to know the exact size. With string, it cannot do that. With string, it cannot do that. So it cannot hold it in stack. It has to put it in heap. And obviously, any operation in heap will lead to more CPU time. So if you start doing it with primitives as well, that is integer, float, booleans, and character data types, then in that case, you will run into performance issues. And this is not what something that you want in a system software. Right? Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other doubt, please?
Guys, please ask. This would be the perfect time to ask. Yeah, any other hand?
Sir, in the string, in the simple way we can see that because of string is storing in the stack memory, so it allocates directly the values of any variable to another variable, and heap is and string is storing in the heap memory. That's why we have to. That's why it not directly allocate the variable value.
No, see, understand. The whole point is that S1 and S2 are references basically. They will only contain an address. Okay? And so, if it is only containing, address is fixed, 32-bit. So the compiler can only allocate space for 32 bits. Okay? Chetna, I think this is an extension to your question. So what it will do, it will allocate 32 bits for S1 and S2. 32 bits so that it can store an address. So that address size is always fixed. Okay? But it cannot store the actual string, because actual string can grow and shrink, and you cannot afford to do that inside of the stack frames. Stack frames need to be fixed. You cannot do anything about that. There's no way you can handle stack frames of varying sizes during runtime. But address, the size of the address is fixed for a given architecture, so let's say 32 bits. So S1 is actually a 32-bit reference, and it is referring to something. But what happens is when I use S1 and S2 directly, see, this is where you have to understand something. We call it as reference. We never say it as a pointer, because what happens if it is C or C++? When you print out a pointer, what do you get? Some address. But how do you get the content of that address? You put a star in front of it. So you have to do all those redirections yourself. Rust will actually abstract that away from you. So when you refer to S1 or S2, you will get the actual string. But from a storage standpoint, actual string is in the heap, and S1 and S2 are simply pointing to their respective strings. Get the point?
Yes, sir.
Okay? Thank you. Right, good question. Any other question, please?
Guys, any other question? Anyone? No, I think we are fine.
So, can we break for lunch now?
Yeah. It's the logical. Right? So, how many of you have installed?
Yeah, how many of you have this Fedora up and running now? Oh, good.
How many of
That's
you
it.
are still waiting for installation?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And we have, where is the pen drive there? Okay. Where is, okay. We have a pen drive there. There's also a pen drive over there? Okay. Who has the pen drive here? Okay. All of you in the front you have installed? Okay. Who has the pen drive here? Okay, but we already covered this now, right? And who has the second pen drive? Here? Back, somebody raised their hand. Yeah. So how many are left here to install? Okay. You guys have installed here? You are left. Okay. So when you are done, give the pen drive to me. You guys already have the pen drive. No, the person over there. Yeah. You got it now. Never mind. So you give the pen drive to them. Ask everybody in the row once if they are done. Alright. Guys, make sure that you do not pass on the pen drive to the next section. Getting it? The pen drive that is in the section remains in that section. If it gets completed, do not pass it. If all of you get complete the transfers, do not pass it. Just give it to me or any of the team members in IBC. Do not pass it on by yourself. Um, yeah. So last time, any questions? Anybody has any questions? You have a question? One second.
Sir, what was the command for creating directory in Fedora?
MD.
MD.
MD for make directory. Okay. Oh, by the way, so how many of your first-time Linux users? First-timers when it comes to Linux. Have you practically? Okay. By the way, one more thing I wanted to tell you, right? Okay. Can we have the lights on now?
Yeah. Requesting the tech team to put on the stage light, please.
Sir, it is still not coming, sir, with MD.
Sorry, that is MKDIR. In Linux, it is MKDIR. MD is used in.
MKDIR is not very.
What does it say? You need to give a space after that. MKDIR space and then name of the folder that you want to create.
Yeah. Please put on the light on the stage.
स्टेज में लाइट लाने आन जमाना
Okay, people, I know that you are hungry right now, but listen up. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Okay, so when you're asked to raise your hand, okay, this is called raising hand. Okay, this is called blessing the person on the stage. I got enough blessings now. So next time when you're and Deepak also has got a lot of blessings, and almost every speaker you have given enough blessings. So from now on, when you're asked to raise your hand, okay, this is raising hand. Please, right? Okay. So I will actually give a point. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's have something in our tummies, right? And then I will show you how to find out commands if you're not aware of it. And in the post-lunch session, first 2-3 minutes, I will give you the pointers where you can get all this info. Okay? Right? Okay, guys.
Let's give a huge round of applause to Salas. And you might have noticed that our mentors have been standing for the past hours. Hours and hours they've been standing. They are putting in this so much effort. Thank you. I didn't need to say that. Great. So we will reconvene in half an hour. Try to do it quickly, get done with it quickly so you can get back to installation process. Okay? Thank you guys. In the meantime, if you want to put a question in the Discord server, go there and put the question. Right? We have mentors over there also. They will be solving it out for you, helping you out.
And the question should not be when do we break for lunch? Okay?
Guys, check now. Refresh. No? Okay, I'm facing some network issue. I'm not able to update it.
Good afternoon, everyone. You guys remember me? Running the soup. All right, let's talk about a very interesting story. Who wants a job? Who wants a job? Come on. Do you know?
Guys, raise your hands. Don't bless us.
Thank you, everyone. So, do you know? Can you guys hear me at the back? Okay. Do you know that the amount of effort it takes to get your first job is equal to all the effort you would put for all your jobs in your entire life? Did you know that? And why do you think the first job is the most difficult to get? Can somebody answer? Raise hands. No experience. What else? Network. What else? Confidence. What else? Fear of rejection. Soft skills. Very important. What else? Dude, just everything. Everything is against you in the job one. The competition, the first benchers, right? Like, everything is against you, especially if you're a last bencher. And you remember who I was? I was the last bencher. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so before I plunge into telling you the story of my first job, which I think honestly is the story of every backbencher there is, right? So, you know, when you're in the final year of undergrad, and imagine I was at IARE, and we were, some of us were studying for writing GRE to go to the US. And I come from the aerospace background, so I've done my bachelor's in aerospace. And I was applying for this master's program for aerospace in a university called Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach, Florida. How many people know about Florida? Okay, how many people know about Daytona Beach? Okay, next time when you go home, look up Daytona Beach and you will know why it's an exciting place. It's a very exciting place. For aviation, for aerospace, for beaches, for people, and everything else. So, I landed the first day, I got into the school, and I thought that was the best thing happened to me because according to the people who know aerospace, that is the best school out there. So I go to this, I took a flight, I landed in Florida, and we had no place to stay. And we end up at some senior's house in the night. And there is another gentleman who shows up maybe an hour later. And has this ever happened to you? Somebody you look up or like accomplishments tells you that you cannot do it. And why are you even chasing this? Somebody you respect. How many people had such an experience where somebody you thought is the epitome of, success, and somebody comes and tells you, you should not do this, this is not going to work out? Come on. You had any experience like that? 2, 5, 10? How many people? Okay. So just so you know, I'm one of them. So this guy who works at NASA, right? If you're an aerospace engineer, NASA and Boeing are like two companies that are like at God level. Like if you're an IT engineer, Google maybe, right? But when you talk about aerospace engineers, if you're talking to somebody who is from NASA, he's like a God figure. So this is year 2005, and this is how many years after 9/11? You know what 9/11 is? You know this entire terrorist attack on the Twin Towers in the US, and I was 4 years after 9/11. So this guy comes to us, like a bunch of 4 of us who came from India, and the first thing he asked us is, why did you come to America? I'm like, dude, like aerospace, we're cool guys, we're gonna make planes, and we're gonna join Boeing, and you're working at NASA. What can we do to get in NASA? It's like, are you serious? You guys are Indian origin. You're not gonna get a visa. You need a green card. The government has banned aerospace engineers from outside of getting any jobs after 9/11. Now imagine this happens to you on the first day when you told everybody in India that you're going to have a great life because you're going to the US, and when you land in the US, the first thing you come to know is you're not going to have a job in 2 years. And all the money you're spending is just for nothing. So that's the beginning of my journey of job 1, that I'm not going to have a job. Now, in hindsight, that was the best thing happened to me. And I want to tell you this journey because you have to know the importance of getting the first job. It is equally difficult of getting all jobs get combined together in the future. Now, when I was told this, I was like, okay, so I think this is gonna suck, and we have to probably go back, tell my parents that this was a waste of money and time to come to America, and I thought I was the cool guy taking aerospace versus other people who were taking, computer science, mechanical, and my career is ruined. But then, instead of doing that, I was like, this giving up choice is available to all of us at any time. It's almost like the neighbor you don't like, always available, right? And I said, maybe I'll just give up 6 months later. Until then, I'm going to try. On a daily basis, I'm going to fill out an application. And I'm going to keep trying for 6 months and see what happens. So the cool thing about America is that you have this career phase where you can go and you can start applying. So the first career fair happened in Savannah, Georgia, Daytona Beach, Florida, where I first interviewed on campus to some interviewers. And you should make a note of what is about to happen in terms of what they ask. It's very important for you to know what they ask, right? And this is a trick HR plays on all of us. We all are victims of HR, right? So they basically tell you, the first interview I went, this was Daytona Beach, Florida. I spoke to a bunch of HR people and they say, apply online. I'm like, okay, they are not taking resumes in person, you have to apply online. So next time around, there was a career fair in Ohio. So I go to Cincinnati, Ohio to join a career fair. And this time I said, look, you told me to apply online. I applied online. Now give me an interview. They said, oh, do you have recommendation letters? I'm like, okay, maybe I should have to get a recommendation letter. The next time, I meet another career fair. This was in Seattle, Washington. So I said, look, the last time I met you, you told me that you need an online application. You need, me to give you recommendation letters from my professors. It's here. And then they tell me, oh, do you have any internship certificates that you can show experience? Oh, okay, maybe I missed that. So I go back and I start preparing for like some internships. And then next time, now this interview is in Chicago. And I said, look, I have applied online. I have gotten the recommendation letters. I have got the internship letter. I worked at the computer lab. They gave me some letter. And they said, oh, do you have any project report that you can show what you have worked on? I'm like, these guys are bullying me. But you know what? This bullying was happening to everybody I was seeing around. And then I realized, let me try one more time. So this time out, there was a career fair in New York. So I go to New York and I start interviewing. I say, look, I've applied online. I know what job openings you have. I have this recommendation letters. Now the recommendation letters have improved. I have these internship certificates that have improved. I have taken this nicely binded. You know how many people do the 4th year report, which is like nicely binded report, which comes with this binding, black binding, thick binding that it comes, which has like golden letters on it. Yeah. Make sure you do that. Americans love it. Everybody loves it. But the value of the report is, you should take that along with you. And I took that report as well. So they're like, this is my report. They asked me. Then they said, oh, you checked all the boxes, but what about your immigration status? I'm like, dude, like, you have to be really serious about it. And then I really struggled. And one other thing I noticed during the time is everybody was struggling with my name. So to top it all, I literally removed my name tag and I put the pronunciation of my name on my chest, saying Abhishek. Because if you read Abhishek, S-H-E-K doesn't make shake. It's make shake, right? So there's something wrong with the spelling. So anyway, so I got the name of the pronunciation of my name printed. I have all of this, and I don't have the immigration status. So I realized I have to go PhD on immigration in America. So this is like my final try, right? Like this is like the water is here. So now I'm in Memphis, Tennessee, and I go to this job interview. And I say, look, I've got all of this checked. I've checked on my immigration. This is what I can do now. This is what you have to do. And I need a job. And in fact, I was so frustrated with this entire process. I literally was standing to this lady from a company called Gulfstream. Gulfstream makes the #1 business jets. It's my dream company since I was 6 years old. And I met this lady called Sonia Jenkins. I told her what I've gone through, and I told her my readiness. I showed her my project, and she said, simple one thing. She said, Abhi, take this paper. It has all the things that you were running around to find out. And why didn't you have this list from the beginning? So I went around 6 cities discovering how to get a job where there was a list available to actually do all of those things before you go for a job. Right? So that's foolish of me. But I understood the value of finding a job. And it's not easy no matter how good you are. You have to beat the system to get on top of it. And if you have not done these rounds, then don't pat yourself yet. The first job is the most difficult that you would find, but guess what? After that, it just gets easier and easier every time. So, point I'm trying to tell you is everything you're doing here is part of that checklist. People are going to ask you when you go to the real world. You're not wasting time, I promise you that. All this internship, volunteering work, your patience of 9 days here, learning, talking about the fact that you're here, people will credit you with leadership. People will credit you with initiative. So it's very important. But here's the cool part. I was the only guy in the school to get a job in an aerospace company which makes the best business jets in the world after 2 years of graduation. And then I helped at least 6 other students after me to get into the same company. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't, a recommendation or a one thing that will help you. So my point is, while you're doing this, you should have a proactive list to make what is needed to get the jobs. And you have to do all of this for your first job. And while you're doing this, this is a journey to get your job. That's what we're doing here. We're not trying to teach you, software. We're not trying to teach you, how to code. All of that is part of it. But the main goal, eyes on the prize, the North Star, is you are preparing yourself for the job. And what is the prize size here? We talked about it. How many crores worth of gold this is? Somebody said 24,000. 2,400 crores of gold this is for all of us here. Okay, so with that, I think Deepak, I know we have a survey that was sent to everybody. And I'll tell you why we sent this survey. We took a stab at creating the teams, but there are obviously people at different curves and different skill sets in the room. And we want to basically improve our plan, go from good to great from here, and make sure that we are personalizing a little bit of more experience for you. So how many people have filled out the survey already? Good job. So I will tell you what's going to happen. We will basically group people together. People who needs different orientation in the process. one thing I do want to clarify, which I got some feedback, you have to know this is a 20 hackathon series. This is not a one hackathon series. Now, I would like to clarify what that means. For the next 3 hackathons, it doesn't matter, what time you're submitting your submissions. If you are at an early stage where you're learning, you need more education to basically be, get more education about blockchain. If you're from a non-computer science background and you need more help, then even if you don't make a submission in this hack, the next hack you can start working on now, and you can submit in the next hack, which is starting on December 10th. So technically, you're automatically forwarded to the next hack. So point is that, but the advantage of submitting early is that if you get selected in the top 10, then you directly go to the finale, which is the cool part. So there is advantages of submitting early, but if you cannot submit it early and you need more education, then there is opportunity for hack 3 and hack 4, and then hack 5. But the whole point is to continue your journey of skilling you from you knowing nothing to you knowing something, you knowing building, you knowing, etc., etc. So as a exercise, can you pull up the sheet here? Can you pull up the sheet here? Or maybe I should look at it once before. Yeah. So let me take a look at it. I will take a look at it. I'll take a 5-minute recess to take a look at that file. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to divide. There will be 4 groups. One group will be people, and this might mean that we might have to move a few people to organize this better. But again, we are working with what's happening. So one group is going to be people who have a team and have an idea and they're ready to build. The second group will be people who have an idea but need to have the team. If you're happy with your team, you can keep your team. The third one is people who have team but are working on an idea. They're still figuring out what that idea is. And then the fourth group are the people who are new to computer science and they might need more help. And they're trying to get more training before they start, switching to building an idea, building a team, and building, the product. So we call it as the building cycle. And give us a few minutes. In the meantime, Silver Sir continues his education, and within a few minutes, 30 minutes or so, we will come back to you with how we will make sure that, all the requests we got yesterday. By the way, this is from the feedback that we got from you since yesterday to facilitate. How many people, just raise a hand and show of hands, how many people have actually given us feedback, because that was very, very helpful. Very, very helpful to organize this entire thing where we are trying to make sure that what you are doing is purposeful, but at the same time, we are curating this program and the structure so that it facilitates everybody and with their own speed. So that said, give us a little bit of time, and 30 minutes we'll come back to you more on that in a little bit. Thank you again. Let's continue the program.
Guys, I don't need to say it, right? Alright, so raise your hand if you haven't filled the Google form. I'll come to you and I'll help you out. Yeah, raise your hands. Okay, any issue, sir? Anybody else who hasn't filled? Oh. Anyone else who hasn't filled the Google form? So guys, there are 14 people who are yet to fill the form. So what we'll do is, those who are Alright, so what we'll do is those who are facing the network issue, it's just a couple of us. Most of us have already filled. So you can go to the last section over there to the last row. We'll have tech team look at it, look at your computers. Let's finish this entire process in the next 5 minutes, please. We'll try to arrange someone to sort out the issue.
Internet issue. Who was that? Who are at internet issue? Guys, come on, raise your hands. Yeah? Let's save time. You have the internet issue. Sorted? Submitted the form? Who else? Over here? Okay, that is fine. Anyone else has an internet issue here? Anyone else? Anyone else? So only two of us? Sir, please save time. Go over here. Rajesh will solve it out. Anyone else? Please raise your hands. Don't be shy. This is for you only. Anyone else having any issue with respect to the internet? Okay, so we have one, two. Sir. Is the internet back? No. The internet is back? Sir, please take help from the internet. Anyone else? Anyone else left who hasn't filled the form? Raise your hands, please. For whatever issue.
All those who are sitting, anyone among you who hasn't filled the form? Anyone who hasn't filled the form? The information that you might not have handy with you right now, just put a full stop over there, and we'll get back to it later on. And you can submit the form. Anyone else having any issue with the form, like something that you are not able to enter? Raise your hands, please.
Raise your hands if you are having any other issue with the form.
Requesting the tech team to put on the screen of Silver's laptop.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. this post-lunch torture session. I know after sumptuous meal it is difficult to be on the receiving end. Anyway, it so happens that, in a university, the professor walks in and he is giving a very boring lecture. And so, due to that boredom, one of the fellows, falls asleep. And the professor realizes only when he starts snoring. So the professor becomes wild. So he throws a chalk piece, okay, to the sleeping guy's neighbor. And he says, "Hey, man, wake up your neighbor." So this student says, "Why should I wake him? You wake him up. You are the one who put him to sleep in the first place." Anyway, I think most of you didn't get the joke. Right. Can we have the lights turned on, please? So I hope you have understood the ownership and borrowing model which Rust uses, right? Okay, so there were a couple of questions regarding this ownership and borrowing model saying, can we have multiple owners of a string? The answer is yes, we do. However, we'll address it a little later because things will get very confusing. Okay, because you're seeing it for the first time, right? But you will see how this thing actually works. Anyway, so I hope you are able to see this clearly. Okay, one more thing I wanted to show you is that because previously what happened was, if I took this out, okay, you would see all kinds of unused variable errors and stuff like that. So there is an attribute that you can set in your file. You should not be doing that in production code though, only during probably while the learning phase. Okay, so you can put something like this. There's a hash followed by an exclamation symbol, and inside of these square brackets you put allow, and then you say unused underscore variables. This is an annotation in Rust. Sometimes in Rust, parlance, it's also called as attributes. So you can put this attribute, and then the compiler will not generate unused variables, okay, warnings. This is to suppress the warnings. But believe me, this is only for ease. However, you should not be using this because in the initial stages you want to see those warnings. What kind of problems I can get into in my code if I write the code in a certain manner. Okay? Right. Another very strange behavior of Rust language, which is what I'm going to show you now, is this. So I just close this terminal, and what I'm going to do now is I'll take these variables out, this code out. Again, remember, few lines of code to understand a concept, okay? But again, remember, what you might find strange in Rust is because of the fundamental design decisions as to how the Rust language is going to support systems programming. Okay? Now, let's see. Suppose I have a variable, okay, like this. I just create a variable, say A, and I give it the value, say 5. Okay? So far so good. Now if I run this, so I'll just open up the terminal. What do I need to do? What's the command? Cargo run, right? Well, I did not expect any errors anyway in these 2 lines of code. Now see what happens. I'll increment A. And then see what happens. It says cannot assign twice to immutable variable A. Cannot assign twice to immutable variable just C and blah 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 blah. So it has said, it says on line 4, first assignment to A, consider this making use of binding mutable. Okay? So it gives sufficient information. Now this is very strange. You will never find this sort of error coming up. This is an error. It's not a warning. Okay? It's an error. So again, this is where Rust tends to go different. In Rust, the variables are all immutable, which means once a value is assigned to a variable, you cannot change it. In fact, calling them as variables themselves is sort of a misnomer, right? It's a misnomer of sorts. Because when you say something is variable, it means its value should change. Okay? But commonly it has become sort of a standard to call these entities as variables. That's it. So, how do I handle this situation? So, variables by default in Rust are immutable. You cannot change their value once assigned. So, you can create a variable, assign it a value and leave it at that. After that, you cannot make changes to it. Now you might say, oh my god, this is a big headache. But this was done for a practical reason. What happens is, you see, Rust does not have a garbage collector like other languages do, okay, in the traditional sense. So what happens is that if you keep them as variables, that is, the values could change from one value to another, the compiler has to put in extra runtime effort for doing all the checks and balances. So when you create a variable whose value does not change, the compiler knows I need not check it anywhere. So the runtime becomes pretty lightweight. So your code will perform better. Okay? The code will perform better. Now checks and balances, they have to do, or they directly affect the performance of your application. Think of it like this, okay? Think of it like this. I'll give a very simple example. For instance, if you want to travel, let's say, for instance, from, let's say, Hyderabad to Vizag or maybe Bangalore, okay? So you can simply go to the bus stand and hop into a bus, buy the ticket there, and then you can travel, right? Imagine another scenario. Okay, if you go to the airport, you have, okay, what happens is, in the airport at least you have to get inside the airport at least 2 hours before the boarding time. So if you have to leave at say 1 p.m., you'll have to be inside the airport around 11 a.m. Okay, 2 hours before. Now imagine, I'll give a practical example. I often travel to Chennai for trainings. Okay, so Chennai by car takes about, for me it takes about 5.5 hours max, or maybe 6 hours depending on the traffic. So 6 hours by my own car, right? Now the flight from Bangalore to Chennai takes only 1 hour. So if I want to save time, Okay, I would probably want to go by air. But what happens is that my home happens to be in South Bangalore and the airport is in North Bangalore. It's almost 55-60 kilometers. And it takes minimum 1.5 hours by cab. If I take an airport bus, it will take about 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Then imagine I have to be 2 hours before the flight. Okay, and so that becomes, say, even if the minimum time by bus is say 2 hours, okay, so the travel time is 2 hours to the airport. I need to be there before 2 hours before the flight, so 4 hours, 1 hour of the flight, okay. Then by the time I come out of the Chennai airport, it will be another half an hour minimum. By the time you collect your baggage and come out, it's already, how much, 5.5 hours, okay, and another hour travel to the hotel. It's already 6.5 hours. Within that much amount of time, I can simply take my car from home and reach Chennai without the hassles of undergoing security checks and stuff like that. So you see, the major part of it is these security checks and balances. When you do that, automatically the performance will go down. So hopping into a bus is easy. There's no checks. Imagine in a bus stand, if these checks were to be done, baggage scanning, okay, and then Aadhaar card verification and all those sort of things, okay. Will you travel by bus? Imagine it's, let's say, Ugadi time or some festival time, where there's so much rush, okay. I believe you go to the bus stand, probably you'll not be able to hop into the bus for the next 2 days, right? So checks and balances affect the performance. So by making variables immutable, and believe me, in most of the code people write, they hardly change. Say if you have 100 variables in your program, probably 10 of them would actually change over the lifetime of the program during execution. Remaining don't change. Okay. I have seen people making this mistake that, these 90 variables which don't change value during their lifetime, instead of, being declared as constants, they are declared as variables, because just simply say, okay, int x, that's it, finish, instead of saying constant x. So what happens? What is the advantage of making that immutable is that once it is immutable, okay, the compiler already has the guarantee that its value will not change, so it does not have to perform any checks and balances. Now in case of variable, what kind of checks and balances does it have to do? Whether overflow is possible or not, whether underflow can happen or not, or index is out of range or not. These kinds of checks and balances it does not have to do. So that actually adds to the performance of your code. So variables in Rust are immutable by default. You cannot change their values. Now, obviously, this is not a situation you want to walk into, because you certainly want the variables to change in certain scenarios, and in fact, a lot of scenarios. So how do I handle this situation? So in this situation, what you do is, you define this variable as a mutable variable, okay? And you say, okay, you know what, this A is actually a mutable variable. Okay. And I assign it, say 25. Okay. Okay. So now you are declaring the variable as a mutable variable, which means you already tell the intent that you intend to change the value. Now you see the errors are gone. And now if I open up the terminal window and run this, now I'm able to change it. Like for instance, I want to run loops. Obviously the loop counter variable has to change. So it must be declared explicitly that this variable is intended to be changed over a course of execution of the program. Now this is something that you would not have seen with any programming language that you have worked with so far. Am I right? Am I right? Now, Rust is not the only language that does it like this. There are a couple of other languages, like for instance, even Erlang does the same way. Okay, it keeps them immutable, and then you have to explicitly define a variable to be immutable so that you can make changes to the values. Okay. Right. Any question here, please? Any question? So I'm assuming that you have understood all. Right. Okay. So when it comes to the control structures in Rust, okay, we also call this as control flow statements, right? You have if statements, you have if else's, you have loops, okay? So we'll have a small demonstration of different types of loops, okay? Right. So I'm not relying on the internet connection, so what I've done is I've already got all the web pages open where we have the sample code which we can run, and then I will do the explanation for you to understand how this code actually works, okay? This is the if-else statement. So you see, by the way, if you go to the Rust site and go to the documentation page, there's also one more link for Rust by example. This is where I have taken the code from. I'm actually going to take code from. It will save us a lot of typing time, but because you see here, our intent is learn the concepts, okay? So I can just copy this, and unfortunately, inside of my VM, internet is not working. So this is how a simple, nested if statement looks like, or sequential if-else statement looks like. You see, if followed by a condition. So what we have done is we have defined a variable n with a value 5. Okay. Please look at the screen and listen to the explanation. You will find things are quite different, okay, in many other scenarios. Okay, one thing, in Rust, you don't, after the if statement, you don't need to put the condition inside parentheses, okay? If it is C, C++, Java, C#, JavaScript, you'll have to put that inside of the, it's somewhat like Python where you don't need to put the conditions inside of the parentheses. But if you have complex conditions, you should definitely use parentheses. It's always a good practice. And so here we have the print macro instead of print line. The only difference between print macro and the print line macro is that print line always adds a new line at the end of the output. Print does not, which would mean that the subsequent print or print lines will actually produce their output on the same line. Okay, that's the difference. So it says if n is less than 0, then we are going to print that this is negative. If it is greater than 0, then we'll say it is positive, and if not, obviously it has to be 0 value. Okay, so that's what we are actually displaying. So these are nested ifs. This is how they look like. So you'll see that the only difference you'll find between C or C++ and this is that we don't need to put parentheses. That's all. So if you look at syntax, it's very much similar to that. And as far as semantics goes, it's the same. Okay. And you can have some complex, conditions as well, like using the double ampersand for the AND operation, okay, and then the double pipe symbol for the OR operation, okay. So these operators are the same as C or C++. So believe me, a lot of things are same as C and C++. So you won't find much of difficulty. But what you really have to understand is the ownership model, the mutability and immutability, how the functions behave with mutations and borrowing and all those things. Okay. Now, if you look at the statement, it looks pretty strange. Okay. I am defining a variable big underscore n equal to, and then I am giving an if statement. Okay, big underscore n, and I am then giving an if statement as an assignment. This you cannot do in C or C++ or Java. No. So, what is happening here? So, what happens here is, now you see in Rust, just like in C and C++, every set of curly braces is a scope. Its block of code is a scope. Okay? Now look at it carefully, because this is something that you don't find in other programming languages. Inside the scope, there's something pretty strange. And that is, here I am writing, so say for instance, if n is less than 0 and n is greater than minus 10, we are just going to print line that it's a small number and increase by tenfold. So what we are doing here is that we are basically trying to increase it by tenfold. Okay. Now, so here at the end of the statement, you see there is a semicolon, right? So this print line will work, and then it goes to the next statement. So this is not actually a statement. So it is just 10 times n, nothing. We're not. So we are just evaluating an expression. So this is called as an expression. So what happens in Rust is, which is pretty strange, is that the last line or the last expression inside of any block becomes the return value coming out of that block. Okay? So what will happen is, if this condition is true, this block of code will execute, but this block of code at the end has some expression. This expression will be evaluated. And what will happen? It will get assigned here to the variable. Okay? So think of it like this. So for instance, I can actually do something like this. Let say n, we have already used n, and what is the value we have assigned? 5. Okay? So I can actually say, let's say I create one more variable n2, okay? And I can check the value of n. So equal to, if n is, let's say, n%. 5. What is the percent operator? Modulus operator, right? Equal to 0, and then I can give it a block of code, and in here I can say divisible by 5. I'm returning a string. Okay? Else like this. So I can actually say this. See here, pretty strange, isn't it? I'm actually using an if statement to assign a value, and automatically the compiler has inferred that what you're returning is actually a string, so it will assign, okay? It will actually infer the data type to be a string. Cool, right? Actually, even though this syntax looks a bit strange, you know what this is? This is the ternary operator of your C, C++, and Java and all. It's just that instead of putting up a question mark and then colon, which is what, before question mark, what is it? Condition, question mark, value returned when true, colon, value returned when false. Here it's explicitly written as an if statement. Okay, so what you're seeing here looks very strange, but it's actually the conditional operator sort of a thing. The difference here though is that because we're using curly braces, I can write ton of code. I can write ton of code, and at the end I can write the value that needs to be assigned. Okay, that's what makes it pretty different. Because in case of a ternary operator, you put a condition, you put a question mark, after that you have to give a value to be returned. You cannot write any code in there except some expression whose value will be returned. But in here, it gives you the capability to actually execute some extra lines of code. So you could do some sort of computations and all, and finally, at the end, write the expression, which is the value which will get assigned. Is that clear? So it's actually a kind of an extended form of the conditional operator that you use. Any question here? Of course, I could format this something like this so that it's actually much better readable. So you could format it like this so that the statement is more legible. Okay. That's all. So this is actually an extension of the conditional operator kind of a thing. Inside the block of code, you can directly write expressions. Now you see, this is what is happening here. So this big underscore n, okay, if it's less than 10 and it is greater than minus 10, so what we are doing, we are printing something, so extra code, and then finally whatever value you want to return, that you write it as an expression. And remember, one very important thing, the most common mistake that happens is putting up a semicolon in here. The moment you put a semicolon in here, all hell breaks loose. Okay? All hell breaks loose. And guess what? Because what happens is the moment you put a semicolon in there, you see what happens? Normally, if you are a seasoned C, C++, Java or C# programmer or even JavaScript programmer, you always have the habit, one statement, okay, and then semicolon, hit enter, next line. Then another statement, semicolon, next line. Okay. And if you did that, what will happen is this will not be treated as an expression, but it will be treated as a semicolon. Okay, let me give you a story, anecdote from my life, okay, so that people can come out of programming and your slumber can be reduced. Okay, so what happened is, as I mentioned, I have only one wife, right? Yeah. Okay, now people are responding. You are not responding to the code, but you're responding to the joke. Anyway, so our engagement was held on Jan 26th of 2000. And then we got married the same year on April 10th. So it so happened, so there was around 4 months of gap, around three months, okay? 3.5 months. So what happened was, after the engagement ceremony, 2 days later I went back. I was working in Mohanlal Super University in Udaipur. And so after the engagement ceremony around 2 days, I stayed there and then I went back and joined my university again department. And the first lecture that day I had was an MCA class. Okay, and I was teaching Java programming to them. So the moment I walk into the classroom, everybody started, clapping and then making fun of me. Sir, on the Republic Day of the country, you lost your independence. Right? I'm not joking, it's a true incident. And you know, those days there were no cell phones and all. I'm talking about 2000. Cell phones were a big luxury. And only very few people could afford it. And of course, I was residing in Udaipur, there was no cell phone network even, actually. Only metro cities had. And so what happened was between the engagement and the marriage, so there was this constant exchange of love letters. Okay? Right. So my wife's name is Anita and I call her Anu. So I sat down, and during that period I was working on a project. I was creating a complete clone of the Turbo C++ environment. So day in and day out I was working on C++ and Java, C++ Java and stuff like that. So my first love letter I write to my future wife. I wrote it like this: my love Anu semicolon. No, I'm not joking, believe me. It truly happened. Okay? So I write it like this: my love Anu and then semicolon. Then I oh man, what am I doing? Right? So sometimes programming can get to your head to that extent. So that's what happens. So when you're writing a statement like this, where there should be an expression, you automatically you happen to just press semicolon at the end of that line and then hit enter, right? So don't do that. This is a very common mistake that happens. And believe me, if you compile this, you're going to get hell a lot of errors. Hell a lot of errors. Okay? Otherwise, do this and then, yeah, fine. Okay? So now, if else actually look very similar to C, C++. Let me just, let's run this code and see, okay? So if I save this, in fact, I'm going to get errors here itself. You see, and guess what? It gets so, this whole thing gets so complicated that the error is actually shown at the main function. You'll see what it says. Function main is never used. What? Function main is never. Now this is where the complexity. This is something that I have put up in Rust forums as well. Okay, the developer forums. Like the compiler should actually provide a much better meaningful error, because the first time when I encountered, I had a hell of a lot of time just debugging this little error, and then it so happens that the mistake was that I actually made mistake of putting up a semicolon in here. Okay, so let's see. So, oh, sorry. Actually, I copied the wrong line. So function main is also actually copied in here. So. Okay. So now you see, if I put a semicolon in here and I save this, you don't see any errors, right? But let's see. Okay, unmatched. Okay, this is fine. This unmatched is not an issue. Yeah, see there. So the moment I put a semicolon in here, the error is coming is here. It says if and else have compatible, incompatible types, expected this, found intrinsic. The first time when I encountered, I started scratching my head. Oh man, what is this kind of an error? Okay? So, it took me a couple of hours to figure out that by mistake I had put a semicolon in here. So, the moment I remove and save it, the error is gone. Now, one very important thing, okay, in this particular situation, if you are returning values from the if block and the else block, please listen carefully. Both the expressions should evaluate to the same data type. It's not like in the if block you are returning a string and in the else block you are returning some numeric value. You cannot do that. Compiler will not like it. So, whatever data type of that expression, it should be the same in the if block as well as the else block, okay? It's very important. you cannot return different types from both these two blocks. So I hope everything is clear. Any questions here? Any questions, please? Okay, good. Now let's get how many of you are getting VM as aborted? The virtual machine aborted? Okay, right, so not many. Okay, we can handle that. Okay. So I'll tell you something, I'll give you a trick. See, as Abhishek mentioned, you need to be good at Googling. So when it, guys listen up. So when you get aborted on the right side pane, you see the error messages. Just copy that error message, okay, and Google that error message. You'll see so many solutions to it. And then you can implement that. But remember, don't do it right away. You just make notes of it because right now our demonstration is going on. Okay? We can do that later, and the break I will help you out as well. Okay. So let's start with loops. I actually turn all these off because sometimes too much of help is also not good, because it keeps popping up everywhere when I move the mouse cursor, right? Okay. So in most of the languages you would have seen in C, C++, Java, Python, you have for loop and you have while loop, right? Now, in Rust, you have a loop called as, goes by the name loop itself, which is essentially an infinite loop. So remember, be very careful, be very mindful of using this statement, because it's actually it cannot be controlled. It's primarily designed as an infinite loop, which means you need to have a break statement somewhere, okay, inside the code block, so that, at some point in time, the loop terminates. Otherwise, it will go on and on and on and on and on. Okay? Right. So here we are taking a variable count, and this is mutable because we want to change the value. So initial value you see 0u32. What does it mean? Unsigned integer, 32-bit unsigned integer. Okay? And then it says let's count to infinity. I'm not going to execute this though. Okay, so it just increments the counter. But however, if you see, if count reaches 3, it's going to print 3. And then what it does continue. What is the continue statement? Continue statement takes the control back to the top of the loop. It's like starting the new iteration all over again, right? So the control will pass. So when it reaches 3, it comes back here and again increments the count continues further. If it doesn't see 3, then in that case the count will be printed. So what will happen? That when the count reaches 3, you will get this string 3 printed. Otherwise, the actual value 1, 2, and then 3 as the string, and then 4, 5. However, if it reaches 5, so we have another if statement. Okay, we say, okay, count, if count is equal to 5, we print, okay, that's enough. So how do you break? You just use the break statement. Okay? Now remember, whenever you use the loop statement, it needs to have a break statement somewhere associated, and also you should not use break statement without a condition. Okay, even though you can write break statement as is, but it's of no use. The moment it reaches the statement, the loop is broken. So fundamentally there's no loop at all, if that's the case. Okay? Okay? Right, so let's run this code and see. So I'll just save this and run it. How do you run it? How do you run it? Cargo run, that's it. See, it says 1, 2, and when it is equal to 3, it's going to display the string 3 followed by 4 and 5. Okay? Sorry, come again please? Yeah. It is supposed to print that. I don't know why it is not printing, that's enough. We'll have to check that. Even I didn't notice that, sorry. Okay, so let us continue. This is a famous fizz buzz, code that is being demonstrated in here, and so let me show you that. This while loop looks exactly like your traditional while loops. Okay, so no big deal. So we are just having a counter variable setup which is mutable. Why? Because it needs to change, right? So we are initializing with 1, and then loop while n is less than 101. So if it reaches, so basically it's actually, this is called as a fizz buzz, example. A lot of programming languages use this problem to explain the working of and combination of the if statement inside of a while loop. So if n is divisible by 15, it displays fizz buzz. If n is divisible by 3, then it simply displays fizz. And if n is divisible by 5, it displays buzz. Otherwise, it simply displays that number. And at the end, you need to increment that. Now, this is something that we have to keep in mind, and is something that, a common mistake that in while loop we tend to forget putting up the increment, decrement, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. How many of you have faced that situation? How many of you have faced that situation? Where you forgot to put increment or decrement statement, and then the loop becomes an infinite loop, right? This mistake happens to me even till today. Okay? Though, the frequency is very less though, okay, but that can happen, okay, so keep that in mind, okay? So, yeah. Yeah. No, actually I have, see, basically, understand why that was done like that is that the program is written in this way. So essentially, if it is 3, then it will display 3 as a string. Okay? And then it goes to continue. So which would mean that this will go all the way up to the top. It will become 4. This condition is false. So whenever it is equal to 3, it should display, instead of the actual count value, it should display the string. That's what this print line is actually doing. And in case if the count is 5, it should print okay, that's enough, and then break the loop. And somehow, I don't know why this print line is not working. Printer didn't work, right?
It is working, sir.
It's working? Yeah, so maybe, oh, okay, sorry. I didn't scroll down after 5. Yeah. So okay. Right. So if you see from the while statement of the C and C++, they look very similar. Rust. It's as similar as the C++ or the C version or Java and all. So you see the syntax is pretty same. Okay. Right. So we can execute this code and see. So whenever it is divisible by 15, you will get fizz buzz. It's only divisible by 3, you get fizz. If it is divisible by 5, you get buzz, and so on. So 65 is divisible by 5. Okay, and 75 is divisible by 15, so you get fizz buzz. You can see 79 is divisible by 3. 78 is divisible by 3, like that. This is typical fizz buzz, example that is often quoted with other programming languages as well. So you can see that the while loop is exactly the same as what you seen earlier in other programming languages. Now, for loop. Now this is something that is a little different, but if you're coming from Python background, you might be able to relate to it a bit. Okay. So in Rust we have the concept of a range, okay? And you say 1:101. It means, okay, it's a range which starts with 1, goes to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to but not equal to 101. So this is something in mathematical parlance it's called as inclusive exclusive range. It means the first value is inclusive, but the last value, ending value, is exclusive. So that's not included in the range. That's called as inclusive exclusive range. And most of the programming languages use inclusive exclusive ranges. Okay? There is a reasoning behind that, we will discuss it later. Now, so again, it is the same fizzbuzz problem, done like this. Okay, so instead of while, now we don't have to manually increment the value of I. Okay, it will automatically, when you say for n in, or so for item in a range of values, the item will automatically pick up one value after the other, one value after the other. So you don't have to do the increments or decrements or anything of that sort. Okay, so you will get all the way up to 101, right? Now, there's another, version of it where suppose I want to include 101 also, then range can be defined as an inclusive range by putting up 1 ... and then the final, but before the ending value you just put equal to, and this becomes inclusive range. Okay, so which means that this time the range will contain values all the way up to 1, including 101. Okay, right? Any questions here? Okay, so it's the same Frisbee's problem, okay? However, there are some couple of interesting alternatives and versions of it. So let me just show you that. You also have the concept of an iterator. Have you heard of this term iterator? Anyone who has heard the term iterator, can you raise your hand, please? Right. Don't bless me. Right. Okay. So what is an iterator? It's an entity that allows you to basically scan through or travel through or traverse, which is the correct term, in a collection of values. Okay. So what happens is with an iterator, it's easy because that's a separate entity. Okay, and then you can use that iterator to go through all the values inside of the collection of values. Okay. So the iterators come in different flavors. So one is iter, okay. Then there is iter mute and into iter. So there are some variations of this. So let me explain what these are. Okay. So what you can do is, let me just show you here. Let's copy this. Okay. This again you are seeing for the first time. Okay, but don't bother about it. We will go a little in depth in tomorrow's session, so you will know and understand it much better. Okay. So you have, in Rust we have complex types as I mentioned. Okay. Collection types which hold multiple values. So one of them is called as the vector. Okay. A vector is a collection of values. But remember, the values have to be of the same type. A tuple can contain values of different types. But a vector will be, okay, a collection of values of the same type, like an array. So what is the difference? The difference is that vectors are very powerful. They can grow and shrink. These are like the dynamic arrays. So generally when you use arrays, what happens is you give them a fixed size, right? You declare that, okay, this array is one dimensional, it's going to have 10 values, that's it. So if you want an array to basically expand and shrink on demand, you cannot do that with array. You cannot do with an array. So what you need to do is you have to use a vector. Okay? So when you define a vector, you have to mention, okay, what data type it's going to hold. It's a generic data type. So you need to mention what type of values it's going to hold. Okay? So I have the vector called names, which is of type vector. Now I have to mention what type of data it is going to contain. It's going to contain strings. Now you are seeing very strange thing here. It is ampersand str. But previously when we looked at string, we used the whole word string with a capital S. Okay? So now let me tell you. So in Rust what happens is strings are handled in two different ways. One is called as the string type. Remember, please make a note of it. You have a string type. Okay? Which is what the string with capital S represents. Okay? The other is called as the other one is called as a string slice. So you have a string type and you have a string slice. Okay? So string slice primarily work like strings only. Okay? But there are some subtle differences between those two, which I will explain in tomorrow's session. However, for now, just assume that this is what it is. So, you have names And then how do you create a vector? So you can use, of course, you can always create a new vector and then you can add elements into it one by one. But if you want to, assign the values when you're creating the vector itself, you want to initialize it. Then you can use the vec macro. Now see, vec followed by the exclamation symbol. So whenever you have some name followed by exclamation symbol, it means it's a macro. Okay, it's a macro. So in this case, we are passing in an array of values. So it is like Bob, Frank, Ferris, and so on and so forth. And then we can iterate through this, and we say name in names dot, and you're creating an iterator. How do you create an iterator? A regular iterator is you take the vector dot iter function. Okay, so that will create a regular iterator. Now there is a specific match, okay, statement available in Rust, which works very differently. You can think of it like, kind of a contrived version of the switch case statements. Okay, it's like a switch case, though not exactly the same, but yeah, to a great deal. Okay, so we are trying to match, and what are we trying to match? So you are saying, hey, match the name, okay, and if it is equal to Ferris, then you need to print line, there is a rustication among us. Okay, and remember, inside the match, it's like a switch case, right? So this is one case, and this is another case. Okay. Now you can, if you want, you can write entire blocks of code. So this is the case, followed by the fat arrow, and then you have a statement. If you want multiple statements, just put curly braces and write them. Okay? Now, importantly, from a syntactical standpoint, remember, again, a common mistake that happens. Now, you don't need break statements after every case as you do in C and C++, because it is designed to basically check every case till it finds a matching case. Okay. Now, between the cases and the statement associated with the case, you will see there is a comma. You are supposed to put a comma. Comma ends a case, not a semicolon. Okay? Not a semicolon. Again, there is again a mistake that normally, Rust beginners make when they are coming from C, C++ background and all. Okay? So the comma ends one case, one match case, then the next match case, then the next match case, and so on. Okay? Right. Don't worry about these ampersand symbols. I will explain it later. It will become very clear to you. Because you already know C and C++, so it's very easy for me to make you understand. If you had not known C and C++, I would have had a little difficult time to explain what these ampersands are. Okay. So, whatever values there are, okay, so let's say, I'll just put one more match, okay. This time I want to match, let's say, Bob. So I'll say, okay, ampersand. And when there's a Bob match, and I'll say, and then after this, I put a comma. Like this, that's all. Okay? And you see at the last, you have an underscore. This is the match all case, like the default you see inside of the case statement, switch case, right? You have a default case also. So in Rust we call this as don't care, whatever value is there, it will be a match. This is called as the don't care match, and that is indicated by the underscore. That's indicated by the underscore. It's called as don't care match. So remember, since this is a don't care match, it should always appear at the bottom. Otherwise, what will happen is if you put it at the top, don't care would mean it will match every value. It will match every value. So you need to put it then so that if it's Bob, this is a match, it will execute and then it will come out of the statement, match statement. If it's Ferris, this is the match, it will execute this print line and it will come out. But if it is Frank, okay, so here Ferris, it doesn't match, with Bob it doesn't match, here it doesn't care, whatever is there, okay, go ahead. And it will simply print line hello followed by the name of the person. And then if you want to print an entire collection of values, then there is a special formatting that you have to do inside of the print line macro. What is that? Inside this curly braces is where you give all the formats. But for collections, the format looks like this, colon followed by a question mark. This will display all the values of your collection, okay? Whether it's an array, you can use it for strings, you can use it for vectors, you can use it for maps, hash maps and stuff like that, all kinds of data types. So, just save this and run it and show you here. Do a cargo run. See, the first one was Bob, so you are a C++ programmer. Second was Frank, okay, so hello Frank. And then Ferris, so it says there's a rustation among us. And at the last, it is displaying the entire set of values using the special formatting, and what that format is, colon followed by the question mark. Okay? Yes? In this loop? Yeah. So, you meant to say this name is not declared, right? Is that what you want to say? Sorry, I didn't get your question. Names, yeah. Yeah, so you see, remember, this is, you can think of it like this, for item in collection. So item at any point of time refers to one single item from the collection. So I have to do a matching on the item only, no? Not the entire collection. So it says, okay, for name inside of the names.iterator, so that the iterator gets the name and then you have to match it on that value. So basically it is picking one value from the collection and assigning it to name. So what will you do? Your switch case or the match will be on the name, not on the collection. I hope that makes it clear. So for item in collection.iter, collection iterator. So now the item variable will take one value at a time during every iteration, starting from the first, going on all the way to the end. Yeah, so it knows, because you see names.iter function, iter function you're calling, so it actually returns a slice. Okay, it returns a slice of this data type. So that will be the data type of name also. Okay, so and since it's actually a string, okay, so what does name contain? It actually names contains strings. So basically strings are references. So this would become a reference to that reference. That's all there is to it. Any other question, please? Sorry? I couldn't hear you actually. Yeah. Deepak, if you heard, you can just know.
So why did we use comma instead of semicolon?
Where? Inside the match.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining. That is the syntax. So after every match, okay,
Yes.
match followed by what you want to do, then put a comma, not a semicolon. Okay, that's the built-in syntax. That's how you have to use it. Okay. Any other question, please? Any other question? Wait a moment. Just please raise your hand so that the mic can be passed on to you. Because without the microphone, okay, at least I was able to hear him. Even though you're closer, I'm not able to hear. It's as if your lunch is all digested out by now. Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
Sir, what if we remove that underscore?
Yeah, so there will be no. So in that case, yeah, good. So let's do that. So that would mean that there is no match all case or don't care. So you have only two matches. So your output will only have two outputs, one for Ferris and one for Bob. And for Frank, you will not have any output.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay. So let's say for instance, if I did it like this, okay, Frank, and then I put okay. What's your good name? Shout, shout, shout.
Rohita.
Rohita. Is the spelling correct? Okay. Come on, ladies should be good at shouting. It's from personal experience. Right from my mom to my sister and my wife and my daughters. Okay, so now let's open up the terminal and run this again. Okay, so you see, we are having two matches. One, this is why I tend to go out of Visual Studio and do it on the command prompt. Okay, right. So match. So there is one match for Ferris, one match for Bob. Okay. So for Ferris, it's giving the station among us. For Bob, it's saying you are a C++ programmer, and because we have don't care, it will match everything else. So you see, in match, what happens is, think of it like this: you put break statements after every case. Why do you do that in C++? The behavior is it should not cascade into the next case, right? And execute that code as well, right? So here, that is not the case. So when you say, okay, if this is a match, do this, that's it, finished, and the match is done with. Okay? So you don't need to put breaks and anything of that sort. Now, so for Ferris and Bob, we have two matches, right? But for everything else, we are saying, hey, I don't care, whatever it is. So you see, when you get a Ferris, okay, this is a match, this statement will execute, and immediately it will come out of the match statement. Finished. You don't need to put an explicit break. It's built into it. Okay. So, what will happen if I comment this out? Okay. Now remember, in the match, I'll just save this, and guess what? It says non-exhaustive patterns. Okay. This is not covered. The matched value of type this. Ensure that all possible cases are being handled. Okay. They are all being handled by adding a match arm with a wildcard pattern or an explicit pattern as shown. So you need to put this. Okay. So if you don't put, is it an error? So let's run this again. So let me just come back up here. Oh, so you see that? We are getting this. The matched values of type this. It's not covered. Okay. So it is expecting you to do this. Okay. It is expecting you to do this. So don't care condition must be there. So suppose you don't want to do anything. If you don't want to do anything, okay, you can just leave it. Okay, you can just leave it by, oh man, okay. So just put an empty statement and leave it at that, and that will work just fine. Okay, so don't care conditions are necessary, because generally it means that, you see, Rust is very careful about how you handle code. It means that somewhere you're going to run into a problem later if you don't use this. Okay, suppose my vector grows and it has got something that requires to be handled. Okay, and you don't have a matching case. It's bound to have errors. Okay, and we can't afford that. So that's the reason you say, hey, if you don't care, you still need to put a match for don't care condition, and then don't do anything. That's what you can do. I can just put a break statement here. Right? Instead of print line macro, I can put a break statement and get the job done. That's it. Okay? Yes?
Sir, we have run this program previously, right? In that the hello Frank is printing first, and the next statement was there is a
Okay.
So why the hello Frank is printing first and the this is station among us?
Fantastic. You see there? This is how you should observe things. Okay. Do a cargo run. It says you are a C++ programmer. That means it is for Word, it is for Bob. Then hello Frank. So hello Frank, okay? For Ferris, a station among us. And then hello Rohita is coming. Okay. Now let's run this again. Okay. So you're getting the same output. So what was your question?
So I was asking that the statement that in the order we have given that the order
Data.
is changed.
Is the order changing now?
No, sir, that now it's perfect. But we have first name we have given Bob, and in the statement we have given it the second number. That's why it matches first. It will match the Ferris. So it will run the hello Ferris first. Hello Frank. Then why it is printing that you are a C++ programmer at first, not the hello Frank.
Yeah. So okay, hey, wait. So if it is Bob, the first, it's going to pick the values in the same order. If it is Bob, then what happens? Match is for a Bob, so it's going to print C++ programmer. Then the next value that is picked up is Frank. Okay, for Frank you don't have anything, so it goes into the don't care condition. It will display the string hello followed by Frank. Then again, next is Ferris. For Ferris we have this match, so it's going to print there's a rustation among us. And finally for Rohita, again there is no match, so this is this. So that's how you are getting the output. Okay?
Thank you.
Vectors maintain order of data, remember that. Had it been a hash map or a map, okay, the order can change. Every time a new item is added or deleted, the order of the values changes. Okay? So there you might get different outputs for different runs. Any other question, please? Deepak?
Guys, is there a question? sir, I think. Yeah, so guys, it's first, yeah. Yeah, so guys, first of all, a huge round of applause for Silver sir. And do not forget, see that man over there. It's been standing for a couple of hours now. And obviously to our mentors and to yourselves. Right, so now we'll take a 10-minute break. Make sure that it's not more than 10 minutes because we have to cover a lot, right? And we also have to listen to Abhishek sir because there's some interesting plan out that's going to happen next. Okay, so let's reconvene after 10 minutes. Thank you guys.
అది పోతే నాకు సంబంధం లేదు నాకు సంబంధం లేదు నేను ఫోన్ నా ఫోన్ నేను మర్చిపోతున్నాను నేను ఫోన్ చేస్తే ఇస్తాను అని ఒక ఇది ఉంటుంది
Guys, settle in, please. People in the lobby, let's get inside. Let's get inside. Quickly, let's settle in. Go back to your seats. Okay, raise your hand if you have not installed yet from the pen drive. Anyone? Anyone who has not installed yet on the pen drive? All have done? Okay.
Hello everyone. So please line up next to me. Again, I'm going to have our volunteers, leaders within the Global Leader Program introduce themselves one more time, and we will give them a round of applause.
Hi guys, myself Karim. I'm from MLR ATM College, Dundigal. Guys, I'm tracking your social media links, whatever you're gonna share regarding knowledge based, and you have to submit it by today if it's possible. And I have already pinged in Discord, so please follow it.
Hi guys, I'm Nitri from Acme Degree College, and I am tracking whatever ideas you are submitting about the Web3 and related to the Web3. Please submit today, so that I can have a record for that Excel sheet. So we have to represent tomorrow and project it.
Hi everyone, I'm Surendra. I'm from Mahindra Vijayati. I'm tracking the social media posts across various platforms. Like what the thing you have to do is you have to post the what happened here, something like you post and tag the IBC media, and you have to put the hashtag of IBC hashtag. Yeah.
Hello friends, this is Varun. I'm from MLRTM Dundigal. So my work is to track the people who are joining, like new members, the Discord team. So please help me in that.
A round of applause for the leaders. And these gentlemen are also getting internship at IBC Media. Yeah, so now let's first off, tomorrow we will be displaying numbers of how many people contributed to these 4 categories and how many people did not contribute, and all the names who have not contributed will come to me. And you might get a personal call from me requesting you to do it. And tomorrow, if we don't get it, then I will call you on the stage and I'll make you do it on the stage with me. Because it seems like you need help. But you should know that I take my interns, my internships, my volunteers very, very seriously. You know why? Because it's going to go on their resume that they created this much knowledge base with the team of 300 people. And you, as a Web3 leader, need to contribute to the community. Please, we do want you to contribute, or you will do it with me. And these people are overextending beyond what you are doing, beyond what they are doing in the classroom, trying to help all of us. Again, a great round of applause for my volunteers. Thank you all. Please get back. Okay, so while the team is setting up a few things, I really never understood until recently how complicated it is to manage people and how complicated it is to take your request and still process and still come up with teams which will fit your needs. And trust me, I applied my aerospace brain, I applied my Harvard brain, and I was stressed. But I promise I did my best to accommodate everybody's request. Did all the permutations, combinations, came up with one process that will work for all of us. After this, if you have a change, I'm going to switch places. Because it's going to be extremely difficult to make this. And just so you know, the team we build now, it's gonna be with you for the rest of the few months until you build and deliver a solution. So, interestingly, I'm just gonna give you a little bit of context of the problem we got. So we had 5 categories of people. Some people have the idea and have the team in mind. Some people have the idea but no team. Some people had team but no idea. And some people had no idea, no team. And the last ones are the people who want to basically learn more and then build a team. That is the complexity of the fabric we are dealing with. But guess what? I think I figured something out. So the people who have the idea and the team in mind, or they have been working on this for a few days, we put them in group A. So they get to choose because they have an idea and the team, they're already working on it. but the expectations are high. That means you need to deliver the idea. Then there is this group B, where we married a person who has an idea with two people who are looking for a team but has no idea. Fair enough? Fair enough? So there is going to be a little more shuffle, and it's going to be a Web3 vibe. That means you're going to get to know more to people, more to handshakes, hugs, whatever that was. Right? Now there is a third group of people who are motivated. They want to build it. They want to be part of the team, but they need help with the ideas. Guess what? We have a repository of 1,000+ ideas collected from just this room in a repository. And we will have our mentors, trainers helping you with ideas. And I personally will tell you how to create a very solid idea presentation. The winning presentation. Right? So, can you do this with me? Yes, sir. Can you do this with me? Yes, you know I heard you, and I'm trying to be fair. Do you believe that? Yes. Okay, so with that, let's put some numbers up. And I'm not going to do the routine that we did yesterday. That was very exhaustive, right? But what we will do is we will share this Excel sheet in read-only format with you guys, where you will see your names in Group A, Group B, or Group C. You will see your team members. But let me give you some numbers here first. I'm sure you can read this. But the Group A over the last 2 days claimed that they have the idea and they have the team they want to build. You cannot have more than 3 people in a team. 3 people per team. And they're in Group A, and there are 124 people in that category. That means we'll have close to around 41 teams in Group A who has an idea and who has a team in mind. And we are trying to be flexible. We want you to explore, make friends, but we don't want to take your comfort zone completely away. Next, Group B is we created a team with an idea man or an idea person. And then we married 2 people with marketing help, where some of the teams also have 1 person who is not ready to build, but can be a great help in project management, program management, repository management, marketing, building the deck, like all of that. Right? So there is that help that we married. And third group is we have created a team of people who have a team and doesn't have an idea, and we will help you come up with ideas that you can adopt. Fair? And in the category B, there are 66 people. In category C, there are close to around 123 people. Right? Is that less complicated? You guys are okay? You guys understood what I'm saying? Any questions? Questions? Okay, so in Group A, we have, can you go to Group A please? Okay, you see, I'm glad you can't read it, otherwise all the faces will be there. I'm here. So in Group A, I want, when we share this file with you, Deepak, can you create a read-only file of this and share it? When we share this file with you, the Group A people, I want everybody to be sitting on this side. With your teams, these first 2 rows, right, these first 2 buckets, and you will have to collect your team, find your team, and then go sit with them, because you have said that you have a team and you have an idea, so you already know. So here's what you're going to do. Scroll to the right, please. You see, you're going to put your team name and you're going to put your idea description. So 3 people should have the same team name and should have the same idea description. Fair enough? Everybody happy who wanted to work on the idea together? Louder? Okay. Now, go to Group B. In group B, as you can see, the rows are in 3 colors. That means there is one person who is in orange who has an idea. That's what we've been informed. They have an idea. And then you have the green and the blue are the people who are basically help from the people who want to build and the people who want to help. Because we don't want people who are learning to just sit and watch while other people are building. The people who want to learn, the best way to learn on a job is learn on the job. By watching other people do and being part of the process. Reading the books can only be so much enough. So you are part of the build process. Like I said, this is a builder's program. This is not a theoretical exercise. Correct? So now we have married close to around 22 teams over here. And then we go to group C. So group C has another 42 teams. So I would like our group B teams to sit in the first bucket here. I would say the first 5 rows. And then group C will take on this and the back side. Now the reason we are doing this segregation is because it will be easier for our mentors, easier for our teachers here, trainers here to help you in the quality of support that they can provide, in the detail of support you need. Because people who are building, people who need education, people who need ideas, I think we can direct more content, more personalized to you in terms of helping, because these 2 days are all building days. Am I right? So once we have everybody settled, we will basically re-put these numbers and we will assign a team number to you. Confusions, comments, questions? Anybody? Questions? Yeah? I know this is not fun, but we are improvising. We are listening to feedback. And this is driven to make the best people match, the more ideas to bring to the table, and make it more efficient. So, I'm glad you came to know a few people. I hope there was, no commitments long term, first sight. But we will move to the next order of things. Make the new teams. When tomorrow you come back, we sit with the new teams and we rejig it. That make sense? Make sense? Clear? 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 Awesome. So the team will share the file with you. You will have the new names. And please, like I said, our main goal. So just so you know, we have not assigned. I'm gonna take 2 more seconds to clarify. We have not assigned team numbers for the group A, because the group A needs to put their team name and description of the idea so that we can assign the team numbers there. Okay, so group B and C, we have assigned the team members. So if you go to group B and scroll to the right, group B, scroll to the right, you see we have already assigned the team numbers. The last column is the team number. So you have the team number for group B. Yeah, so we'll come to that, but right now this is about whether they have the idea. So team, you see you have the right column, you have the team number, and you have the team members there. Go to group C, scroll right, you see you have the team number, go up, scroll up, that's your team. So we have assigned the team numbers for B and C. But for group A, you guys have to put the idea and put the team name, quickly. And obviously group B and group C will also come up with their names. And we will make sure that we have accommodated all the 5 categories of people. People who have ideas and want to build, people who, have teams but no ideas, people who have ideas, no teams. So we did our best to marry, the second and third category, and then create a category of people who need help with building ideas. Sounds fair? Sounds fair? Okay, so I know this is not the ideal way to do this in terms of rejigging it, but we didn't know that people would have such a strong feeling about building something, and we want to be inclusive. We want to give people freedom of choice. We want to take your feedback. That's where we are. With that said, I do understand you guys have been reaching home late, and we want to basically, conclude as quickly as possible. So, Deepak, if there's nothing more, then we should try to end the sessions early.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, so I'm going to clarify, I think, one thing which is very important, and I must have overlooked it, and you must have also underscored it a little bit. The goal of these 9 days, is to basically give you education. So, before education, direction, education, and then create the ideation for what you want to do, and then give you time to build. But honestly speaking, we are giving you a month to build, right? The solution you are building. And it will get carried forward. You will always be the team so and so in our history, and we will track your progress, whether you actually build it or you forgot about it, or you didn't participate it or didn't complete it. All of that is being tracked, right? So you will have time till January to actually build it with your team and coordinate. So it's not like you're going to build everything today. What you will do, you will flush the idea so much. You will create your repository. You will create all the infrastructure that is required to display your idea. You will create the presentation that will be shared with the jury to decide the top ideas. Correct? So you will flush the idea, you will create the presentation. The main outcome of this entire 9 days is you got the direction, you got the education, you got the resource, you understood the skills required, and then you understand what is the ideation, you have a team, and now you're working with the team, and you create a presentation with a flushed idea, exactly what you're going to build, and you will create a repository on GitHub, showing and also creating the front-end images of the marketing for your idea, which will be pitched at T-Hub on 29th. By the way, the top guys will be pitching to a lot of dev relations from several companies who are looking to hire you. So make sure you understand that this is a presentation that you have to do of your idea between the 3 of you. Of course, I'm going to give you the best winning pitch presentation myself. But point is, the whole outcome of this exercise of 9 days is to give you time to get to the ideation and presentation of the idea, but the idea has to be thought through well enough. Because people are going to ask you questions. People are going to ask you, okay, how are you going to do this? How are you going to develop the smart contract? What oracles are you going to use? Etc., etc. So both on the business side, functional side, and technical side, you have to look at the entire thing and say, okay, this is what we are building. Now you need time to build, and we are giving you time to build. And honestly, all 104 teams will be rated, will be basically given score. All of your skills By the way, just so you know, if you're thinking, well, you know what, I will sneak out, nobody will know. I'm sorry, you are already in the system and people, we are tracking your progress. How many days you're coming, how many days you're not coming, how much are you a volunteer or not? Have you posted, have you Googled, submitted knowledge base or not? What are your social skills, right? All of this is being recorded and is being communicated in the format. I would say please do not ignore. I am a very data-centric guy. You have no idea. If Sherlock was born on April 2nd, I was born on April 3rd. I'm a very, very data-centric guy. And you will be shocked. Maybe Facebook will not have that much information about you. And I will promise you one thing. Tomorrow, if you tell me, Avi, remove my data, I will give you the keys to remove your data. But guess what? I'm not going to lose anything. You are. If you don't want me to track your data, I will not track your data. This is not for me. This is for you. Please understand. So please make sure you understand that we are giving you a month to develop this, but 1 month is not enough if you're not going to make the effort with your team. You're learning skills. You're learning new software. You're learning new industry. You're learning new functional requirements. If I were you, I would jam it every day with the team you are building here. Because this is your moral support and this is your teammates for the next few months until you deliver. Whether you win or not, irrespective of that, we will track your progress and that would be used for your future engagements in emerging technologies. So with that, any questions, anyone, about anything in this program? Did I address everybody's concerns from yesterday? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes? Any other questions, any comments? With that, Deepak, over to you. Thank you so much. Again, thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, so I'll be sharing the sheet of group A, B, C. We can change the screen, please. With you guys on Discord, and we'll also mail it to you. I think, Salva sir, we can, whatever time we have, we can begin again. So yeah, guys, Abhishek sir just said that it's a Saturday, so just give them breather. So, no, we are not going home. We are not going home. Yeah, that's the trick that he does. You're not going home, but we'll make sure that you go home by 5:45. That's all. That's the best we can do. But that's still early, right? We have worked harder than that. Yeah, so guys, this is going to be one of the most important 30 minutes of the entire day. So you would want to listen to Selva sir right now. Everything that he's saying, note it down, because this is about the resources that you will use going back at home so that you come prepared for tomorrow. Right? We want to achieve everything that Abhishek sir has said. So to do that, you will require a lot of resources. You'll require a lot of hard work, and you will also require a lot of study from your own end. So please note down and work on whatever is coming in next 30 minutes.
Okay, guys. So it's like Arnie says, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. Right? Okay, but however, we will back up, early. Can I have the projection, please? See, the entire, Rust development as well as Polkadot's substrate framework development requires you to have. Guys, the session is on. Now you listen. You see, at least I have learned from 3 ladies in my own family. Okay, right, fine. So, remember, first thing is you need to be good at Linux. Okay? That would become a prerequisite. And you need to be good at using the Linux command prompt. Remember that. Okay? Couple of reasons behind that. So, suppose for instance, one is, I know you're all from the, you're a GUI generation who like icons and stuff, and however, when it comes to Linux, if you want to become a Linux guru, okay, you got to master the terminal window, the command prompt, okay? So the command line is absolutely essential, mastering command line, because GUI is just an abstraction on top of it, okay? So in fact, Linux has been, in fact, all the Unix and Unix derived operating systems like Linux, what they've done is, the GUI that you see, like for instance, the Fedora GUI that you're using or the Ubuntu one that you used earlier. So all of these, the GUI is actually a separate application running on top of the Linux kernel. It's a separate application. It is not integrated into the kernel like you see in Windows. You cannot run Windows without a GUI. That's how it has been designed. It's a GUI oriented operating system. Okay? However, Linux is not like that. In Linux, GUI is just another program which is running. That's all. It's not part of the Linux kernel. So what happens is I can switch back and forth and I can actually change the GUI itself. So you have different GUI environments like KDE, GNOME, and so on and so forth. You can simply change them. So what will happen is the GUI environment can be changed. You can select that during the login process, and you can get a different look and feel. That's the power of Linux. However, you need to be good at using the command line. So there is a very nice, link from Codecamp. So if you see here, there is this Linux command handbook. So let me just open it and show you. Hopefully the page loads up. Yes. Okay. So all these commands, commonly used commands are there. Okay. Go through this. Like for instance, the cd command. So or the ls command. Okay. Go to the cd command. So it tells you all the simple, small examples and stuff like that. Okay. So you can go through this. So just search for, just Google for learn Linux commands, and you will see this link. We will put these links also in the Discord for you to utilize, maybe in the night, and you should be good to go. Okay. This is a really nice resource there. And there is one more called linuxcommand.org. Here you have learning the shell, how you can write your own scripts, other resources, books and adventures and stuff like that. And guess what? If you, and just reading is not enough, you have to actually practice it. Okay? And there's this book, the Linux command line. This book, you can You can purchase it. Maybe it might be available as an ebook or a PDF. Just search for it. Okay? That's Linux for you. Now remember, so just looking at the commands is not enough. Open up your VirtualBox and practice them out. Okay? Then only you'll get the actual feel of what these commands are doing. Okay? So that's very important. If you don't do it, you don't learn it. It's as simple as that. Okay? So you can go to linuxcommand.org. So if you click here, learning the shell, network changed. Navigation, looking around, guided tour, manipulating files, working with commands, IO redirection, expansion, permissions, job control, all these categories. Say for instance, you want to know all about navigation. Now remember, the only navigation you people know is navigating to a home page or web page, right? This is navigation inside of the file system. Okay, and you will find the related commands in here. You can test these commands on your virtual machine, okay? On your virtual machine. Have a feel of these, okay? And as you progress, you'll get better and better at it. And believe me, it's been close to 31 years I've been using Unix, okay, Unix and Linux. I still don't know all the commands. The reason being, I don't need them. So I only use whatever I need, okay? Now, there are certain commands which, I use, sparingly. So in that case, what happens is, this Linux distribution that you have with you has the manual command available, wherein you can simply refer to the command and options and examples and all this stuff is available there inside the virtual machine, and you can utilize that. Okay. So I think probably I should use my laptops to demonstrate that. Yeah, can I have the projection, please? Okay, thank you. Right. So let me go to the terminal window. And people, just listen up, because this is pretty important for you in the journey of learning to use Linux. And I think one of the girls came to me with a MacBook Air, right? Who was it? So you know how to use the command prompt terminal? You know how to use the terminal? Are you aware of all the commands? Are you aware of all the commands? Right. So this will essentially make it easy for you. Okay. First off, to clean up the screen clutter, we use the command clear. That will clean up your, right? Clear command is used to clear up the terminal. Okay. Now the first thing, you run into a situation. Believe me, first time when I encountered Unix. Okay, guys, please listen up. Okay, so first time when I encountered Unix was with a Unix flavor called as Xenix, which was developed by the Xerox Corporation. I'm talking about the year 89. Okay, so my professor asked, okay, you can start working on that. So I turned on the machine and then it just booted up, and then guess what? All I see is a hash symbol on screen and the cursor blinking besides that. And I was scratching my head. And what do I do next? I don't even know what to do with this. And Xenix never had a GUI. It was all totally, command line only. So the first thing I knew that I learned from Microsoft DOS operating system was to check dir to see the directory contents. And I type dir and I get command not found. So the first command I executed was not good. So my professor said, okay, fine. So I went to the professor and said, sir, I do not know what to do with this. So he said, okay, walk down to the physics department, library, and you have manuals in there. When I go to that library, in that rack, there was one rack full of Unix System V manuals, each at least 5,000, 6,000 pages. I mean, they could be used as pillows rather than books. So there was no internet those days, okay? The only way you could learn was from those huge manuals. That finally, then when I said, sir, I think probably by the time I finish, okay, by the time I finish these manuals, I'll be probably, halfway through my grave, right? And I'll not get anything productive out of it. Then he taught me one thing, okay? So, in any Linux distribution, there is a command called, man. It says what manual page you want. For example, try man. Now, of course, Linux is not being male chauvinist. Okay, so you can type man like this. But if you try this, are you able to see this? So if there is a command called man, there should be a command called woman, right? Bash, woman, command not found. So guys who are looking for a woman, you need to find it in the real world. Linux operating system will not give you one. Anyway, so that's on the lighter note. Okay. Anyway, so man is short form for manual. Okay. That's why you have pretty strange names of commands in Linux. Like there is a command called cat. Meow. Essentially, cat is the short form for concatenation. Okay. Cat is taken from concatenation, which is actually, what it is used for? To display the contents of a file. Okay. Now you'll be thinking, what? How does concatenation have to do with displaying the contents of a file? So actually it is concatenating. What it is doing is when you say cat followed by a file name, let's say like this. Cat main.rs. Oh, am I in the right project? Okay, let's check this out. So I say cat main.rs. I can see the contents of this file. So actually, where does concatenation come into the picture? So actually, essentially what is happening? It is reading the contents of the file and then concatenating it to the standard output string. Okay, and So that's how. So if you concatenate anything in the standard output stream, what will happen? It will appear on the display. That's why it is called as cat command. So likewise, so the question is, how do I know which command to use for what purpose? That's where the things go, awry. In those days where we did not have anything other than manuals to refer to, okay, so man command was the holy grail to get all this info. So how do you do that? So let me show you. Okay. Strangely enough, so if you want to know about any command, you say man, let's say I want to know about the cd command which we use for change directory, right? Okay, cd. This opens up this manual page. It contains all. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is chdar. So man chdar. See, chdar and fchdar, change working directory. Okay, and it tells you the directory. So chdar changes the current working directory to the calling process to the directory specified by the path and so on and so forth. Okay, like this. And once you're done with this, what you can do is, you can ultimately, once you read this page or enough, then press Q. Okay, and you will come out of the manual command. The manual command itself is a huge command. So if you want to see the manual page for the manual command itself, now this is getting hilarious. Okay, the command you have to use is man. Okay, it's like some lady barking at you. Right. Okay. So man, an interface to the system reference manuals, and it has got lots and lots and lots of options. The list goes on and on and on and on. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, so guys, we will, so our friend here, Mr. Tejas, yeah, we want to give him a huge round of applause. Yeah, so he will be leaving right now to catch his flight, and we'll miss him. So I just wanted to get his experience, get a note, comment from his experience of working with you.
First of all, I would like to thank all of you because this has been a wonderful and eye-opening experience for me. You have learned as well as I. So this has been a two-way street. So thank you for that wonderful experience, and take a round of applause for yourself. So yeah, I know there are 2 more days left in this Hackfest. So I believe that you will be learning a lot more in those 2 days. And I know that after those 2 days, you will be very much familiar with Rust and start creating your own applications. And all the best, guys. I don't have anything else. Just keep hacking and have fun also in the process. That's the main thing. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And also I would like to thank all the staff members who have done really great job for coordinating everything. Deepak being our wonderful host, Selva sir, Abhishek sir, Hitesh, everybody has done a lot. Meena ma'am, so and all the people in the technical team, Dhruv. So thank you very much for making this a flawless experience for me, and I hope it's the same for you guys who are attending this. So thanks, guys.
Okay, so one of the things is now at least you have the internet to search for Linux. I want to copy file. That's it. You'll get help. So the acronym nowadays is GOG. Sorry, GIG. Gig. Google is God. Okay, provides you so much of information. However, if the internet is not working, you still have to rely on the manual command. Now the question is, suppose I want to copy files. How do I do that? So to do that also manual helps you. So you can do it like this. You can say man hyphen small k. Remember, Linux is completely case sensitive. Okay. So you'll find commands with option like hyphen small k, then hyphen capital K also. Both doing two different things. Okay. And then use the keyword. So let's say I want to do some copy. I just say copy. Okay, you'll get a lot of output, and out of these, you have to scan through this, looking for copy files. So you see there. So it tells you this is the command CP, copy files and directories. See? So if you want to do something and you don't know what command do I use, manual command comes to your rescue. Okay, this is what I've been using for years and years and years. Okay, so I can say, for instance, let's say I want to delete a file. Okay, so I'll just clear this. Man hyphen small k, and delete file. Again, you'll get a lot of matches. So basically, what it does in the manual command, you'll see a short description at the top, which is called a synopsis. So it actually scans for that text that you're given inside that. So wherever there is a match, okay, it will give you the output. Yeah, it is cumbersome, no doubt about that. Okay. But yes, but still, this was the only way to do it for us, and you should know that we can do that. Here it is. RM, remove files. And then RMDAR, delete a directory. You see that? So it comes in pretty handy. Okay, so offline searches within the manuals for the commands, for activities that you don't know how to do, you can always use this. Okay? So remember one thing, okay? This linuxcommand.org, that site that I showed you, don't simply waste your time looking for commands here, there. Keep one resource. That way you will not waste your time, because you see, within a short amount of time, you have to, learn so much of stuff and implement it. Okay? So therefore, you should conserve upon time. The only way to do that is this. So take one resource and use that. Okay? Use that. Now, since you don't need to do actual shell programming, so you just need to know the commands, common commands. It will make your life easy to work with the Linux operating system. Now, the other thing that I wanted to tell you was why you need to master command prompt is that, say for instance, this is the distribution that we are using, like say for instance, there is Fedora, right? This has got a GUI with it, but you can disable the GUI, or another way of looking at it, if you remotely log into this Fedora virtual machine, you'll only get the command, terminal window. That's it. No GUI there. Okay. Or suppose you have a Linux server in the cloud and you want to connect to it, you will only get the command line. This is the reason why you have to master the command line. It's just a few days of practice, constantly using some of the commands. Slowly, your command repertoire actually grows, and you'll become very, very comfortable. Okay? Very, very comfortable. Okay. So this is actually what I wanted to show you. Another thing, those of you who are not comfortable with programming, so I want to show you one resource there. Actually, because of the internet connected issue, I already, opened all the required pages so that we could, I could copy and paste the stuff from there. Okay, so there is this book, I don't know whether you've heard about it. Oh, no internet. Okay, there is this book by R.G. Dromey. So let me just put it on notepad, okay? And the book title, you're all packed up even before closing of the session. Fantastic. I think you have not understood what hackathon is all about. If it's a 48 hours, 36 hours or 72 hours hackathon, you don't go home at all. You know that? Okay, anyway, so the book title is How to Solve It by Computer. And the author is R.G. Dromey. Fantastic book. If you want to learn how to build algorithms, how to solve problems and build algorithms, this is the book you should refer to. However, I must mention, okay, please listen up. I must mention, this book was first published in 1972, okay, and it is being reprinted till today. Okay, reprints are coming up. Now, this book actually tells you how to actually build, code. Now, another important thing about this is that since it was written in 1972, the code snippets that are given in there, they are basically pseudocode which are similar to the syntax of Pascal. Okay, there used to be, have you heard? There was a programming language called Pascal. I worked extensively with that. Okay. Now, so, but it's just Pascal syntax, but you would know how the code is actually working. Okay, so it's no big deal. So, read that book. It tells you how to build loops, how to use recursion, okay, and all that kind of stuff. Where sometimes you feel uncomfortable writing code all by yourself. See, programming is all about writing code by coming up with a logic all by yourself. How many of you find building logic challenging? So if I give you, okay, write a program for this, immediately you have to come up with a solution to that. How to actually logically break it into steps and then finally build the logic. That's what building logic is all about, right? So you can do that. This book will help you understand the mechanics of actually building logic. It's an indispensable book, believe me. I have 3 copies of it at my home. 2 of them are in tatters, but I still maintain them like that. Okay, reading it too many number of times. Okay? So that's it from my side, guys. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Over to you, Deepak.
Give him a huge round of applause. He spent the entire day with you here.
They are very happy. The claps are so loud. Oh, finally. Yeah.
Was that the reason? Okay, that's great. So, so I just want to mention another important person who has been among us, Mr. Hitesh Sharma, right? He has been here guiding students. Give him a huge round of applause as well. He'll be here with us again tomorrow, and I really appreciate that. And I would love to hear from him tomorrow as well about what his experience with us has been, and also his feedback.
Everyone, I know, this is, still up for the Web3 vibe. I know it's a Saturday, right? Now look, no pain, no pain, no pain. Exactly. So you give me your one weekend, I promise when you go back to school, you will have a completely different perspective. How many people think they already have a different perspective? Yeah? You know a little more about yourself, what you can do? Right? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? I think you have no idea how meaningful this is. I was just telling somebody yesterday, this is such a serendipitous, occasion and event. You know why? Because every time I used to be in the US working for Gulfstream, I was like, only if all of my classmates knew that their success has nothing to do with which college they come from. Their success is only pinned to the awareness you have of where you can go. And to me, coming back to India was a complete coincidence. Coming back to India and doing this is complete coincidence. But here today, I'm here sharing my journey, and a way forward for you is just serendipitous. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Again, all of you, I love you all. And I believe that you all can do it. So, again, a round of applause for yourself. To the backbenchers, to the mid-benchers, and you know why the most special people the front benchers are? Because without them you will not get the notes to study a day before the exam. Am I right? So the front benchers are the secret for all our success. So guys, thank you so much for everything. I will tell you, give me one more day. I know tomorrow it's too much to ask. It's a Sunday. I in fact asked you to invite any of your friends to come join you. We will order more food and make sure that this is all worth it. We will make it education come fun. Yeah? But please, this is an important pivot in your life to make this happen. Don't take it for granted. I promise when you go back, you will have a different perspective. So again, Deepak, over to you. Again, thank you everyone.
So I keep coming with notes that you need to know. Resources and FAQs is the section that you need to check. Do not forget it. That is going to be your handbook channel in Discord. You go there, refer to a bunch of stuff that has been put, including the link where your group informations are there, right? You just go in the resources and FAQ section, you'll find the link which you'll open and you'll see the group information. I won't take any more time from you all. You guys are free to go. Thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow. And yes, if there are any cups or anything left on your bench, your paper, your pencil, your pens, your books or whatever, please take it with you. Do not litter here or outside.